What's going on, guys? Welcome to Cocktails with Chello, episode 35. I hope you guys doing all right. Man, I'm pretty excited to start the show today because, before I go into that, I'm a little amped up there. All opinions are solely my own and do not reflect the views of my employer. The reason why I bring that up is because I work for the second largest recycling waste company in the nation. Hey, and if we haven't met yet, how you doing? My name is Marcello Arcele. I provide recycling and waste services for companies right here in Metro Atlanta. I specialize in manufacturing, logistical, and also industrial industry. So if you need some help, please feel free to reach out to me at 678-683-9136. So thank you very much for that. Let me know if you're team live. Put that in the hashtag team live or team replay. I see we already got somebody in there. What's going on, Jordan? Thank you very much for joining me. I also got Allison. She's already team live. That's pretty awesome. I appreciate that. Also, let me know what part of the world you're watching me from. If you're watching me from Atlanta, Georgia, right here, where I'm from, New York City, where I grew up, and say it with me if you know this, Bangladesh. So definitely be sure to let me know what part of the world you're watching me from as well. And don't be shy. Join in the conversation here in the live stream, either on LinkedIn, YouTube, or even Facebook. And then guess what? We can also gonna be chatting on Clubhouse soon. So definitely, we're gonna be answering a lot of your questions. In this case, this is gonna be an interesting kind of topic. So there's not many questions that you might want to pose, but we could definitely engage in a dialogue. So be sure to share this with your network and your tribe. So this is a great topic. I know a lot of people have been interested in this, and quite frankly, to be transparent with you, my wife voted on this topic. So if my wife is watching me live, shout out to my wife. Thank you very much, baby. I appreciate that. And also, as you listen to the dialogue and you listen to the exchanges that we have here, and you like what you hear, be sure to give us some reaction buttons on that as well. All right. So let me see what we got also in the comments here. We have Allison. Hey, what's going on again? Thank you very much for that. No, you can't be team replay. You're team live. But Tristan, that works, man. I appreciate that. I guess you know what? Most likely you're gonna watch it later. So thank you very much for stopping by. Vanessa, thank you very much for stopping by, and all the way from Trinidad, Allison is hanging out with us. So I appreciate that. I got my trusty. This dude is my Ace Boone Coon. I'm not sure if you guys know that, but this guy. If you need some job, career advice, and you need to get your act right when it pertains to presenting yourself or presenting the best self, the guy right on the screen, this guy right here, my dude over from Dallas, from Texas. What's going on, sir? How are we doing today?
I'm doing well, doing well. Excited about this conversation and excited for you reaching out and having me back. So
Thank
ready
you,
to do
thank
it.
you. Yeah, man. And I see we got our lady right here. What's going on? Coach Love is in the house. What's going on? All right. I got my dude Carlos all the way. I know you're from South America. What part of the world? I know I think in Austin or California. Let me know what part you're from as well. And Tristan, thank you very much. Oh, Team Live, yeah. He said it was a long day. He was already in auto mode, I guess, in this case. So I appreciate that. I also got LinkedIn user as well, giving me some love. I'll go into LinkedIn and see who that is. So now let me ask you this. Reason why I started this show at 7:30. Now I'll go into Clubhouse in a few minutes. Is because I wanted to start the dialogue and get the moment going. So now you listen to the podcast, and I'll give you a few moments, and then we'll jump into the Clubhouse room. Curious to know, you listen to it. We had a discussion prior to going live. What are your thoughts?
Man, the biggest thing I can tell you was the podcast really set my soul on fire, is the best way
Mm-hmm.
to explain it. And there was nothing in there that was said that was untrue. And on it, I mean, there were so many things, Marcello, that I could relate to. It was just like that podcast was just meant for me. And
Mm-hmm.
one of the things, that I say, it is difficult navigating the world. I'm not just going to say the business world, but navigating the world as a Black man. And every day, you wake up and wonder, what the world is going to throw at you. So Kudos to you recommending that podcast, and definitely a shout out to the participants of it. If you haven't listened to the podcast, I definitely would recommend. It would definitely answer some questions that you might have, and it's about an uncomfortable conversation. For me, Marcello, as you know, I am very comfortable having uncomfortable conversations. So, yeah, definitely. I can sit and have an uncomfortable conversation every Monday with the CEO or current CEO of the largest company in the world. So I definitely don't mind throwing a few words and let them hit where they may lay.
Yeah. And see, mind you, guys, you're getting the PC Tony right now because he was not pulling no punches when we were talking earlier. So yeah, but I can understand, mind you, this is for how they used to say. This is for the tape, so you want to keep it, and so on PC. But I can understand that, we get very passionate about this topic, and to be, the word I like to use at times is transparent. Sometimes you feel that why bother? Why even having this discussion? Who cares? Oh, not necessarily who cares. I'm gonna qualify that. Why bother? Because you either your parents went through this, and chances are you're going to go through it as well, so why bother? But we're living in a totally different world for that matter. Organizations are entertaining the dialogue. That's the best way I could put it. So now that they're entertaining, then you have to hold them accountable to actually follow through on that.
Absolutely, absolutely,
Okay.
and it's imperative that we do that
Mm-hmm.
we hold them accountable. One of the things they say, Marcello, is strike when the iron is hot. So
Mm-hmm.
now is the time. Now is the time.
That's very true. That's very true. I may bring this back up. I got my dude Tim is in his house. Thank you very much for shouting out. And thank you very much for stopping by. And I also got DJ. What's going on? The Silver Fox, I believe. And if I'm wrong, please let me know. Correct me if you don't go by the Silver Fox. But that's what first thing I was thinking about. Thank you very much for stopping by. And I got my dude Carlos. Hola, Chello. ¿Cómo está, hombre? All right, so let me bring on. We got here the dialogue. Yeah, so this is the room right here, guys. Right now, this is the room that we're in. And así yo estoy muy bien, muy bien. A DJ saying, ¿cómo estamos? Todo, ¿cómo todo? Estamos aquí hangueando con los latinos, los morenos. Estamos aquí hablando. That's a little mix there. If you speak Spanish, then you know. So, all right. So now she's saying there's always been an unverifiable separate narrative with the world of video. It's so hard to deny what's going on. It's so true. It's so true. What do you think about that before we go into the room, Tony?
I couldn't have said it better. Coach Love and I, we have these conversations, and I believe if it wasn't for video, we will still be stuck in 1964 and 74. So video
Mm-hmm.
has actually been our ally, and for good reasons. As you know, George Floyd's daughter said, "My dad changed the world."
Wow. Yeah, that's it. I may actually bring in the audio from Clubhouse in the meantime. All right, got that. And I may bring up the actual screen over here. All right, give me 1 second. And now, if you guys want to join on the panel, let me know in the comments. Mind you, I also all you have to do is look into the comments. Good, she said I had it right, Silver Fox. If you want to join me on the panel right here, just like my dude Tony, the link is in there. If you can't find it, let me know. We can send that. Or if you want to join us Clubhouse, the link is also in the dialogue here. But if you can't find it, let me know as well. So let me bring up. Let's go into the room right now. Let me bring this guy up here. Oh, for a reason I can't go in here. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. Let me go in there. Now, Tony, let me ask you this. Now, I'm bringing up the room to go live. Let me see here. There we go. And while I do that, you guys let me know if you needed the link, and I'll actually send it. All right, so I loaded the audio. We're live in the room, so let me actually go into the room here. Okay, I guess you know what it is. I guess you only could actually go into. Alrighty, we just figured it out right now. See, Tony, I got you in the room right now. I guess for whatever reason you cannot do it at have another room of two sessions at the same time unless I had a third person. I guess I could in the future. Now I know what I'll do is I'll end up having like a demo account to do that. So in the meantime, let me actually launch the audio here. And let me actually bring that up here. Yeah, let me start the podcast so we can actually get going. Can you hear it, Tony? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm actually gonna be. I'm gonna play it this way so everyone, even on Welcome to the Great Man Podcast. Even if you're on Clubhouse, you could hear it.
Back in December, fellas, I invited 10 men of color from this community, the Great Man Within community, to a private Zoom call where I posed 3 questions. The first one was, I asked these men, what has been your experience in this community as a learner so far? And secondarily, what's been your experience as a man of color inside this community?
And you can hear it, right, Tony?
The second question I asked was, what would we need to build in this community, or what would you need to see that would make you enthusiastic to invite other men of color to join us? And thirdly, I asked, what is it that I can personally be doing better, differently, more of, to make this an environment where every man can thrive? The impetus for this conversation was based on some interactions I had with Giovanni Beckford, a friend of mine and also a multiple-time guest on the show. He's the man, a black man, and the man who came on the show to talk about your ultimate guide to reading and retaining books. He's wicked smart, phenomenal. And he said that, in his hunger for personal development, he constantly finds himself in personal development environments where he's the only man of color. That got me curious around why that was, and so that's why I decided to host this forum. And that discussion with these 10 men opened a candid and oftentimes uncomfortable series of conversations that were both illuminating and insightful. And in particular, these men helped me to expose a blind spot regarding my own self-awareness, or lack thereof, I guess you could say, of what it's like for non-white men to walk into a community designed by a white man. Like in this case, I'm the white man who designed the Great Man Within community, and there's always this unconscious bias that when it's designed by a white man, that it's for other white men, right? Whether it's with the languaging or the lived experiences, and that really opened my eyes. In order to address that and to change that and to build a different kind of community and a forum, one of the suggestions these men of the group had, or one of the men in the group had, was to raise the visibility of men of color, right? To share the stage, the guys here who are emerging leaders, and bring them onto this podcast platform. So that's exactly what we're doing today. We're having the first of a series of uncomfortable conversations on race with 2 of our prominent leaders in this community, Marcus D. Harvey and Jay Washington. Now, if you've been in the Facebook group, you surely know who these guys are and how vital their contributions have been to the growth and cohesion of our community, right? They're inspiring, they're active, they're provocative, they're vulnerable, constantly in the Facebook group, and so supportive anytime another man shares and opens up. Marcus D. Harvey is an acting coach and an EDI&B consultant. If you don't know what EDI&B means, I'll explain that to you. It stands for equity, diversity, inclusion, and belonging. So Marcus will go into companies and teach on equity, diversity, inclusion, and belonging principles, and he has opened my eyes very quickly to some key terms that I needed to know.
Let me ask you this now. When you've gone into facilities and organizations, how is that process? I'm curious to know. I want to give you an opportunity to talk about yourself. So when either companies or you see an opportunity and you reach out and offer to help, and obviously, there's a way that you can make it mutually beneficial. What's the process that goes about it? Can you give us an idea how that goes about initially?
Normally, we go to the way of just trying to determine what it is that the organization needs, what outcomes are needed. And
Hey, Tony.
honestly, yes.
Right now, mute yourself on Clubhouse in the meantime.
Gotcha.
Okay,
Okay.
go ahead.
So yeah, so definitely, the companies normally reach out to me, or there's a few companies that I'll reach out to. And the first thing, that I want to know, what are the outcomes, and just how serious are you about DE&I and what it looks like. Then I take a temperature check, and normally a temperature check, which is the culture and the subset culture, normally takes about 30 days, just looking at the hiring practices, looking at the retention, looking at turnover, all of those different things. And then just getting a feel for leadership styles, and what has happened in the past, because we know past behaviors are predictors of the future. And if we still have those types of leaders that are in the organization, then we need to find a way to help them through change management before we can even deal with DE&I aspect of it.
Okay, okay. And now, when you actually set that up, what are the challenges that to get started that people or organization typically face?
Honestly, the buy-in, and any DE&I practitioner as well as HR professional knows that those are the two organizations or the two departments that everyone feels as a whole, that they come to the table with their hand out and there's no return on investment. So you find that in the DE&I, and you find that in HR. So what you want to do is get the buy-in from definitely your top leadership, and you want to get the buy-in from the field. And what you want to do is, I like to call it the compliment sandwich. So if you can get
Mm-hmm.
that buy-in from your top leadership in the field, you will definitely maneuver around that middle management leadership. And now
Mm-hmm.
change is taking place at not only the top and the middle, I'm sorry, and the bottom, and you'll meet in the middle, and you'll have sustainable change there. So the hardest thing, though, honestly, is change management. You have companies and employees that have been with these organizations 20, 25 plus years.
Wow.
You're not seeing this, you won't see this in the future, because you have so many different generations in the workforce.
Mm-hmm.
But change is hard for people. Change is hard. That's the way we've always done it. That's the way we're always going to do it. And also, you run into the nepotism that is inside the organization. So you have to tread very lightly, and that's why I say I actually take the temperature of the organization. And just to add one thing to that, Marcello,
Sure.
um, when you're in an organization, and I always tell people, you can either be the thermostat, and the thermostat is the person that actually sets the temperature. That's the CEO. Or you can be a thermometer. And being a thermometer, you're the one that actually gets a feel of the temperature or the culture of the organization. And so it's about understanding who's the thermostat and who's the thermometer, and then making those sustainable changes from there. And unfortunately, some of the recommendations that I have to make is people being removed from the organization because of holding up change.
Okay, man. I mean, that's the honest truth right there. I see that Hunter has joined us in the Clubhouse room, so thank you very much for joining us there. And mind you, I know Hunter, we are connected on LinkedIn, so you're more than welcome to watch the live stream if you like as well. So may I continue with the podcast right now? So give me one moment.
To some blind spots that I've had. He's a tremendous educator. You guys are going to love him. And Jay Washington is a guy that I met from my former world in financial services. He's a client relationship manager for a large financial services firm. He's an inspiring guy that is constantly opening the kimono to the most vulnerable parts of his life. And he just shares so willingly and generously, and also supports so many other guys in this group, allowing us to see like his example. So we dig deeper, share more, instead of hiding behind, the walls that we guys tend to put up. So in this episode, there are 4 really important terms that Marcus and Jay teach us that I want you to listen for and commit to memory. Here are those 4 terms. Listen closely. Number 1, white spaces. Number 2, power sharing. Number 3, code switching. Number 4, white splaining. All right, I'll say them again. Listen for white spaces and what they are. Power sharing. What does that mean? Code switching. What is that and how does it show up? And then white splaining. What does that mean? And then how do white people do that? One of the most important parts of the conversation comes in the last 15 minutes of this episode when Jay introduces the importance of building your awareness or your willingness and your capability to see beyond your own life experience in order to understand and embrace the experience of someone who's not you. One of the reasons why, guys, that we can't see eye to eye with other humans is because we can't see beyond our own experience. We think that because of the way that we grew up or what we've been taught, like that's the lens through which everyone else sees their life. No. Other people have radically different experiences, but if you're only willing to go to the edge of your experience, you're never going to be able to fully understand someone else and how to go beyond that. Eric Maddox, one of our guests in 3 weeks ago's episode of the interrogator who captured Saddam Hussein, that's Eric Maddox. He said the reason why he was able to understand the people he captured that gave him the information that ultimately led to the capture of Saddam Hussein was because he stepped outside of his world and went into their worlds and started to understand them, which allowed them to feel trustworthy and share experiences with him. So, for our white listeners, as you listen to this episode, you may find yourself getting triggered or uncomfortable. That's the point. Instead of allowing your next reflex to be defensiveness or building an argument to disagree with Marcus or Jay or me or Brian, instead ask yourself, what about this trigger point is making me uncomfortable? Explore that. Find the root and learn something deeper about yourself. By doing that, you may be able to see beyond your own life experience and hear the deeper wisdom of Jay and Marcus on this show. Enjoy the first of a series of uncomfortable conversations with black men featuring Jay Washington and Marcus D. Harvey. Brian, brother, I'm particularly excited for you today, man, for this conversation because we have 2 of the most inspiring men from the Great Man Within Facebook group who have shown up as leaders consistently since we launched the group. And I know this is your first time meeting these 2 gentlemen. Before we bring them in and introduce them to our audience, I just want to know what has been your impression so far in just our offline discussion with these you guys.
On the spot, here we go. I can tell this is going to be a high energy podcast. We're going to have some laughs and some learnings. Marcus, we do breath work. We just all did this breath work together that our listeners know that we do prior to a podcast. And I typically feel really in my body when we're doing that. This time I felt in my head because I know we're going to talk about race. We're going to talk about the black experience. We're going to talk about all these things. And there's a guarantee that I will fuck this up somehow. And so I'm also nervous. I'm nervous about this conversation and the invitation of both Marcus and Jay. When I do mess up, please let me know. And
don't you appreciate that? That in this case, I believe this is Ryan. Brian, better yet, not Ryan. Brian. He was able to be vulnerable. That was the most important part because he basically said, "Hey, I'm gonna put my foot in my mouth most likely. I guess what it is just not knowing what to say. So he's almost like putting. He's apologizing ahead of time. Now, how often have you seen when you are asked to come into organizations to evaluate what they're at, where they're at? How often do you get, like I think you mentioned earlier, the buy-in, but the genuine approach in the beginning, like, okay, you know what? I don't mind if I could hold your hand to navigate through these processes. How often do you see that? And then, if you don't, how difficult is it to actually crack the nut? Lack of a better phrase, to actually get some progress.
I see it often. Every organization that you go into, and one of the clarifications that I want to make to that is, if you're uncomfortable, and I don't want people to automatically say if you're uncomfortable with having these conversations, then that means you're this. That means that possibly you're a racist, or that's not what we're saying here. It's just that it's an uncomfortable conversation to have. And
Mm-hmm.
so, I've sat in a room where we've asked different questions around DE and I, and you can hear a pin fall because no one. And one of the things I always say, Marcello, I'm also comfortable with silence, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of people don't realize
Hold on
silence.
hold on a second. Hold that thought right there. Hey, Jermaine, thanks for joining us in the room. In the meantime, mute your mic. I know you're a newbie on Clubhouse. Mute your mic, and then I'll bring you in. Go ahead, Tony.
Okay. But what we don't realize is silence speaks louder than words, right?
Mm-hmm.
So with that, it's just trying to get people to understand and have those conversations. And you're gonna put your foot in your mouth if you're not educated around the things, it's gonna happen. So it's up for us as, let's say, people of color or Black people, to understand that everyone is not going to have or know the right thing to say at the right time. So we have to have that empathy as well, and understanding when people mean well. So just the education piece, but and then to get people to move past that, it's kind of with me. I like to poke the bear, they say. So I'll prod until we can have conversations, or we'll do a little role playing. And normally, once we get the role playing done, it never happens in the first session, but around session 3 and 4, those conversations begin to happen. And then I love when I come back and people are telling me these conversations are genuinely happening and they're authentic, and
Mm-hmm.
people are able to, empathize, because in this situation, we're not asking for sympathy, but it's more around the empathy piece of it, and being able to understand the plight of the Black man, or Black people in general in America.
Mm-hmm. No, I like that. That definitely requires some applause. So thank you, man. I appreciate that. Let me go back to the podcast. But before I do that, I want to introduce a good friend of mine. We work together in my current company. Now he's doing a lot of things, and he has a great stories that eventually we would like to. On this particular show may not be the best platform, but definitely in the future have an opportunity for him to tell a story. So Jermaine, let folks know about yourself here. You can unmute your mic and let folks know, about yourself and what you're doing currently.
Yeah, I'm mainly just
Oh, I hear you perfectly, man. What's going on, sir? Welcome to the discussion.
yeah, I actually, this is my first night on Clubhouse. I was just on a panel for the match, which is the largest international marijuana program in the world. I am a leukemia survivor, so bone marrow transplant 10 years ago. So, but I'm a businessman. Been in sales for a number of years.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, so what I'll do right now, I'm going to continue on with the podcast that we're listening to, which is stimulating the discussion.
We'll go through the
Over myself, the invitation is to correct us, and we will thank you for it. But with that, Marcus Harvey, Jay Washington, two men that I've
And
had
folks, if you guys are connected with me on LinkedIn, YouTube, Facebook, I'm streaming this live there as well.
Yeah, it's awesome to have you guys here. So let's go one at a time. Why don't you introduce yourselves to our audience? Who are you? What are you up to in this world? Let's start with you, Marcus, and then we'll come to Jay.
Who am I? I am Marcus D. Harvey. That's all lowercase letters, if anyone ever wants to spell it. I'm a performer and arts activist and consultant, primarily in the realm of EDI&B work, that is equity, diversity, inclusion, and belonging. I'm in New Jersey at the moment. I went for a 30-minute run in the cold this morning, followed by a 2-minute cold-ass shower.
I was going to check on that.
2 minutes, you got it in.
Marcus, why did you do the 2-minute cold shower today?
Because it's part of this 31-day mental tougher man challenge.
That's right.
2 minutes, that's going the distance.
So that's who I am, and excited to be here.
Yeah, it's awesome to have you here. Jay, before you introduce yourself, your cold shower has been the nemesis for this entire 31-day challenge. But I was going to say the two of you guys have shown up just as much or more than anyone else. Did you do the 2-minute cold shower this morning, buddy?
I have not done the 2-minute cold shower yet because I went a little long at the gym and then looked at the clock and was like, oh yeah, that's right. I've got somewhere to be at 10 o'clock and this isn't I'll be right there in 15 minutes. So I will be doing the cold shower promptly after the podcast.
We will hold you to that, my friend. And I'm now wearing like a sweatshirt because I went like a 3-minute cold shower this morning and I could still feel the bone chilling inside of me. So I'm like wrapped up, I got my heat going. Jay, tell the audience here a little bit about you, how we met.
Okay, Jay Washington, uncle, son, liver.
And I want to ask folks that are watching the stream, the live stream, if you could hear me perfectly, let me know. And also when I'm playing the podcast, let me know if you cannot hear it, please let me know that before we continue on. Thank you, guys.
Of life, on my 9 to 5 financial services, I've dedicated my life to helping people secure their retirement. It is my passion. I met Dominick at a Women in Pensions event where, I was getting up to go and he's like, hey, I'd love to talk to you for a minute, just chat. We had a brief chat, and within 3 minutes, he was able to teach me a lesson that I have now taken seriously and I take to other people, where I was referring to the women I work with as girls. And just in a very simple, non-condescending, just a very, a teaching way said, hey, these are women. They're over the age of 18. They are professionals. They are your equals. You want to refer to them as women. And it was something so simple, but, it made me say, you know what? I like this guy. I like where he's at. Told me about the podcast and, started listening to it and realized how many lessons there were in the podcast that I didn't know I needed to learn that applied, well to me. And, we formed a bond and a rapport and kept in touch. And honestly, between my talks with Dominick, the Tougher Man Challenge, and the inner work, I can honestly say that within the last year, I've probably grown up 2 decades. I've just experienced so much more. And believe me, there is still a way to go.
No, I saw Marcus. I think he wanted to interject there and say something about Jay growing up. Yeah.
I was going to say, I can attest to that. I can literally, attest to the growth.
Because Marcus and I have known each other now for, maybe 7 years?
Yeah, maybe 7, 8 years.
7, 8 years. So Marcus can attest to the fact that, I've grown up considerably in this past year and a half.
Wait, now how the hell did you two guys know each other for 7 years? This is news to me. I thought you guys met through this work, but how did you guys know each other for so long?
Don't you know all black people know each other?
Yes. We all know each other.
Thank you for correcting me.
I thought there was a rumor I wasn't supposed to repeat. Now
Dom and I met at a wedding many, many years ago. My wife was roommates at one point with the bride, and so we met at a wedding. I don't know how we started talking. Were we sitting at the same table? I don't remember.
No, we were at, like, it was at the reception, and we were sitting out, we were talking outside. I remember exactly where we were when we started talking, because I didn't know anybody there, and you were one of the guys that just, like, was really disarming, and we had, like, I don't know, it was like a 30 or 45-minute conversation. We stayed in touch. So I've known you for longer than I've known Jay. So I've known you, Marcus, for about 5 or 6 years. Jay, I've known you for about a year and a half now. And, you know, Jay, to go back to your story, man, you know, you said that you respected me because I taught you something in a very short period of time. I respected the hell out of you for embracing that correction. You know, like, there are some guys where I pull them aside and I'm just like, hey, here's something that I've had a chance to see. Do you want to hear it? And then they get defensive. And you were just like, no, man, I want to hear that. And not only did you embrace it, but, like, you followed up with me afterwards and thanked me for it.
I'm curious to know now, you know, even on a personal level, what do you, and I'll put this question out to Tony and Jermaine as well. How often do you feel that when you try to give someone else some good advice, you know, like the scenario that he gave earlier, that he reached out to the guy and said, hey, don't address women as girls, and he gave the reason why. What's your experience when it comes down to it? And I go Tony, and then afterwards to Jermaine. Do you feel if you see an opportunity to either mentor or give someone an advice, like, hey, you may want to approach this differently? What's your philosophy on that? And I guess what I'm talking about is people, you know, other black men.
Definitely, kind of what I talked about earlier. You know, silence speaks louder than words, right? So if you see something or you hear something, you should say something. That's the only way that we're going to see progress. So don't be afraid to step in, let's say, in this situation for your sisters, and not just black women, for women in general. Um, I think it's critical that we make sure that we are able to stand in our own truth and be able to advocate on behalf of others.
I like that. And what's your opinion on that, Jermaine?
Hey, I didn't hear Tony at all, but
Oh, well, Tony was giving his point of view when it pertains to, you know, when he needs to give advice to another black man if the scenario comes up. And I guess my question was to you as well, like, you know, when you find yourself in a scenario that you feel compelled to give advice, what's your approach on that? Would you just sit back and let the chips fall where they may, or you'll step in regardless of how they might take it? You know, just curious to know what's your take on that.
well, it's funny, guys. I just got a received a call earlier today, just a few hours ago, close to 2 hours ago, from a friend of mine who's recently married. So he had some things that he was bringing to the table about his relationship and where he feels the relationship is going, and I listened to him. So a lot of times I listen, I just spit out, you know, what I think about it, so I can dig deeper, make sure I understand. So he said he was open to my advice as well during his time of sharing. So yeah, a lot of times if I know that the person really is going to take heed to what I have to say because of my experience, you know, I make sure I listen first and just share from that point of view.
Okay.
I don't take sides. I just share what I think, no matter what. And sometimes I'll say you might not agree with what I'm about to say, but go ahead and say it, and I would say it.
Okay. Now, Jermaine, when we continue, I realize right now I'm not getting the audio from Clubhouse. So if you have, let's say for instance, because I heard you all the way, it must have been either on Facebook, and LinkedIn or YouTube. So if you, mute that channel, so there's no feedback on that. No, but just in case. All right, let me bring that up. Go back to the podcast.
So one of the things that Bryan and I always really like to shine a light on are men who are open and willing to being corrected or called forward when there's a blind spot. And that's one of the reasons why we're having a conversation here today, because I certainly know that Bryan and I have blind spots, especially around racial issues. And we woke up quite a bit this past year, with a lot that's gone on in our country, but also even through our own men's group, where we have a few black men in our group who have shown us areas where we've had our heads buried in the sand. So maybe just to start the context for where this idea came from to have this conversation today. About 2 months ago, when I started to see the emergence of men like you showing up in such big ways in the community, the Facebook community, as leaders, showing up as vulnerable guys, sharing parts of your life in really powerful ways. One of the things that I decided to do was to say, I would love to have a Zoom call with the men of color of this community with the intention of understanding how do we make this a place that's inclusive, that's where you feel like you're represented, where you feel like you'd be proud to bring other men of color in your life here. And so there were 10 men who graciously agreed to dedicate an hour and a half of your time to helping us answer some of those questions. And I sent out an email in advance to the group before we had that Zoom call, just asking, here's a few questions that I have to prepare for that meeting. And Marcus, this is where I really got a chance to witness you and your power. You sent an email back. And if you don't mind,
you remember this, right, Tony?
Back. I see you smiling. You don't mind at all. Okay. So you wrote. All
right. So guys, I know there's 3 of us right now at Clubhouse, but on the live stream, right now, if you're passively listening to this on the replay, because right now Clubhouse this is live, please be sure to stop what you're doing and listen to what this gentleman says, because many of us have been approached to help organizations or even approached to give advice, whatever it might be, in when it pertains to in this case, they'll come to me and say, hey, how is it, in my case, because I'm half Spanish, half Italian, how is it to be Latino and married to a black woman of Florida? If they just want to, ask just to ask, or they really want to know. Listen to what this guy says when he's approached. Is eye-opening, and actually, quite frankly, this is the kind of response that you wish that people could take more openly. Don't get offended when they're asked to help, but then get some sort of pushback. So he's about to share his response.
Back to me, you said, hey, Dominic, I got a few questions about the meeting. Number 1, what is your desired outcome of this meeting? Is it to expand your reach, or is it to make the community more inclusive? There is a difference between the two. And that was where I was like, this guy's got chops. Question number 2, what is the plan after this meeting? After all, just an hour is just a brief talk, right? And I believe that you were looking for, hey, is this just going to be a conversation? We check the box, or are you actually going to do something about this? You said on an EDINB note, which I didn't know what that stood for. I knew the D&I, but you said equity, diversity, inclusion, and belonging. What does white space mean to you? And what does the word include look like? And white space is something I'd love for you to define, because that was something that absolutely opened my eyes. And then when you say man of color, what do you mean? I'm willing to talk about all of this stuff, but on a personal note, I'm always a bit guarded when a white man wants to talk about how to make the space more welcoming. It's like, quote, tell me what to do, and that leaves the work on someone else and not them. I know you're coming from a good place, hence why I'm willing to show up and talk. I just feel the need to be honest and transparent. Marcus, my man.
Okay, so I'm curious now. You managed to listen to this podcast ahead of time, Tony. What was your thoughts when you heard this? I mean, did you say woohoo, yeah? Oh, what? Just tell me, what were you thinking?
I was like, he nailed it. Fire. And honestly, Marcus and I think just alike. People reach out to me often on LinkedIn.
Oh, and do me a favor. Sorry about it, Tony. Unmute yourself on Clubhouse, and just to be a little bit of echo, so Jermaine can hear you.
One of the things people reach out to me on different platforms like LinkedIn and with the same request, especially more lately. And the biggest thing for me is definitely what is your desired outcome? And it, like Marcus said, we think just alike. Is this something to check the box? Because my time is valuable, and I want to know what I'm putting into it, what the outcome is going to be. And I'm not just looking for an outcome for tomorrow or for next week. I'm looking for the long-term results. And if you can't tell me what your long-term results, 9 times out of 10, I'm probably not going to work with you until you can come back and let me know that you plan on doing the work. You have to do the work. That's so important.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sorry, mind you, we're going through growing pains on this one. So now going forward, just just mute your audio on StreamYard, and we're just continuing using the audio on Clubhouse. Jermaine, what's your thoughts on that as well? Where have you ever been in a scenario, Jermaine, that same thing? I'm not sure if you had a chance to listen to the podcast, but has someone come up to you specifically company wise, and they'll say, "Hey, we got some tickets to the NCAA event. Would you like to go?" But when they got tickets to the Falcons, crickets. So that's one scenario. Or have someone actually just reached out to you and say, "Hey, can you reach out to, you know, another Jermaine and talk to him and give him advice and coach him up." But when it comes on to them asking you to talk to Jack, or better, they didn't even ask you to talk to Jack. They only want you to talk to Jermaine. So I'm just curious to know what's your opinion on either question. Mm-hmm. Mm. Wow. How did you feel when they asked you that question? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. I'm surprised that they put you in such a precarious situation. You know what I mean? If anything, it was not. You would have thought that. You there would have been like a. They would have warmed you up to it. Like you start asking. Bring up the topic about like a scenario or whatever it is. So then you can see it potentially coming. So that. Hmm. Okay. Wow. 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 Thank you, Jermaine. Thank you very much for sharing that. Now, if you're watching me on LinkedIn, YouTube, and Facebook, let me know. I had Jermaine just shared a personal experience. Obviously, if you guys were watching, you saw that we weren't moving our lips. So let me know if you guys were able to hear what Jermaine shared. So thank you very much for sharing that, Jermaine. Let me go back to the podcast. Give me one moment.
That was beautiful. As you're sitting here and reflecting on that, what's coming up for you?
Damn, I said all that. It's the first thing that I like. Because I just literally, I don't edit when I type. I just type it and send it. And if it's not grammatically correct, you can figure it out because your brain will make sense of it. But one of the things that I'm keenly aware of is, in the work that I do outside of performing and teaching, is I do a lot of EDI and B work, equity, diversity, inclusion, and belonging. And I always enter white spaces. And what is a white space, right? A white space is the great man within space was created by a white man. That's a white space. It wasn't created by Dominick, Marcus, Jay, and Bryan. It was created by a white man. So the perception is this space was created by and for white people. So when I enter a space, I need to know, where does my blackness fit into that space? How is my blackness welcomed in that space? And what is the table that I'm going to be sitting at? What does it look like? Or what is the table that you're building? Right? Because there's a difference. Marcus is not interested in you just giving me
So let me ask you this.
because I'm entering that white space on your terms.
All right. So
I am interested in you saying, we are knocking the fucking table down and we are building it with you.
Now, Jim, you're able to hear. Were you able to hear this on your end, Tony?
Yes.
Okay, and let me see here. Let me look at my settings to make sure that the audio is okay. So I got the roadcaster. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, we got that. We got that. So it should be fine. Got the camera. Everything's fine on my end over here. And yeah, let me see here. And I'm gonna go back. And Jermaine, can you hear me okay on your side? Okay, all right, perfect. Let me see here, and let me play. And do me a favor, Jermaine or Tony. See if you could bring up the live stream on your end, and let me know if you could hear when I play it on that end. So let me know.
Here is your seat. Here is the power that you have in the space. And so, for me, that's what that email was about. There's a lot of when we saw what happened last year, there was a lot of white-led organizations releasing statements about Black Lives Matter, about being more inclusive. They're releasing statements and it wasn't improving policy, right? So I wasn't interested in is this just a conversation to say, I did it, now we can move on? Because a lot of times when people come to me to lead workshops, the work that I do, I said is S&M for white people. What does that mean? White people like to come to me for me to tell them what's wrong with them racially for a few hours. Then they like, ooh, that felt good. It's like, no, the work starts after the conversation. How can I hold you accountable? What is your follow-up plan? Show me, who do I need to talk to within the organization? I'm a professional morpher, so I have to morph myself into things to fit into your space, to make you comfortable, and I'm no longer interested in that. And so like a lot of times what I tell white people is like, other races don't need you to come in and save them. White people need to learn to save themselves. Because a lot of times white people have created this mess that we're in.
Marcus, I'm like, yeah, agreed. I'm not totally sure how to do it, but I can't ask, or I shouldn't ask because it's my work to figure out. And so I feel like I'm in this loop of like wanting
Yes.
and desiring,
Mm-hmm.
but now what? And I don't know if that the work happens afterwards. Agreed. And now what? And I'm curious, maybe we don't even have to answer that question right now, but I'm curious, you had this meeting with the great man within. I'm curious, like, what happened then? Like, now what happens?
There have been several open and honest conversations between Dominick and I about like the process and the progress that he wants to make and wants to see. I see him trying to implement the things that we talk about. There's always some resistance to change, and there will be people who don't agree with the changes. Always. And so, yeah, like there is a plan, there is a timeline. These are the sort of kind of things I want to do, the conversations I want to have. And he has never said to me, you know, everyone wants me to tell them what book to read, what thing to listen to. And it's like, Google. You can Google it. Like, read the book and then come to me and talk about it.
That's really clear. That's I like that I can get my hands
Wrap your arms
that.
around. Yeah, I mean,
Marcus, the first question that you asked Dominick in that email around intention. So is your intention to grow or to be more inclusive? I'm curious, how was that answered? And maybe this is a question for Dominick in this case. How was it answered? And then the second question is, why? Like, whatever the answer was, like, why is that important to you?
How was it answered, Dominick? I don't remember how it was answered.
yeah, the way that I answered that was, I said both. So it is both to grow and it is to be more inclusive, because one of the things that Giovanni Beckford had shared, Giovanni's been on our show 2 times. He's the man who reads more books than anyone we know, and he comes on kind of like at the end of each year and talks about the greatest books that we should read for personal development. He said, you know, Dominick, whenever I go to these personal development workshops, I'm the only guy who looks like me. I'm the only black man in the room most times. We started talking about what are the reasons for that. And, you know, he had
All right, so I'm getting a couple of concerns on LinkedIn, and right now it's only on LinkedIn. Now, I'm gonna play some audio and let me guys know if you have access to LinkedIn, bring up the channel on your device and see if you could bring up the actual discussion there. Let me know if you can hear it. I got somebody, a good friend of mine, Coach Love, says she cannot hear. She's having issues with audio. So, but also Yolanda mentioned that she could not hear Jermaine's response. So I want to make sure that you guys can hear me on that. So yeah, just bring up the LinkedIn and let me know if you guys can hear it on your end. Mind you, I'm hearing the audio fine. Let me, Jermaine, won't you say, you know, just say something and let me see if I can see it in my mixer over here. Yeah, it's coming through on my mixer. I hear you just fine. All right, man, I appreciate that. Okay, let me continue on over here. I'm going to play it. And
of his own perspectives. I think, Marcus, you were the one who really highlighted that when you came to, when we had that Zoom call with the men of color of our group, where you said, white spaces. Like, you're no stranger to white spaces because, like, you spent most of your life in there, like, going from one white space to another. And this was something fascinating for me, Bryan. You know, one of the other men in the group who gave me permission to share this story said, when I signed up for, like, the first workshop that I ran, he looked at the names of all the registrants on the list just to get a sense for, am I walking into a white space?
I see Marcus shaking his head up and down vigorously here. Yeah. So like,
yeah,
this is a common practice.
Because they were like, it's not that I'm unfamiliar with white spaces, but I do have to prepare myself. to understand I'm going to be the minority when I walk in. And sometimes there's a code switching that has to happen. And the way that I remember that definition, and you guys can correct me, but code switching is I have a certain natural form of way of speaking in my environments, in my communities. But when I come into a white space, I cannot communicate the same way because it will make you uncomfortable. Or you will think less of me, or you think I'm less intelligent, or you think, you'll be intimidated by me. So I have to use whitewashed language to make it seem like I fit in here. So there's this extra level of preparation that a non-white person has to do moving into a white space just to fit in, where Bryan, you and I, so many of the spaces that we walk into, we never have to think about that. It goes back to Giovanni's conversation of my whole life I've had to feel like I'm wearing a gravity vest that's 500% heavier to walk around my life than you do. So Marcus, Jay.
Hey guys, and I want to welcome Kenzie and also Kevin. What we're doing right now, we actually are listening to a podcast. It's called The Great Man Within, and the title of the podcast is called Uncomfortable Conversations with Black Men. And so what we're doing is that we're listening to the podcast. I know my co-host Tony managed to listen to it before the show, but we're listening to it and then we're pausing in between, and based on what they're saying, we're debating what they're saying, we're giving our opinions. So definitely welcome you guys to join the conversation if you feel so inclined. So thank you very much for joining and coming into the room.
What you see is what you get, and that's been a long development, and part of it has been because I finally got tired of having to be uncomfortable for everyone else's comfort. And for me, I always call it the Leo syndrome. We don't have a middle ground. And so once we hit that spot where we're tired, it's like, you know what, this is what you get, take it or leave it. I have more than earned my seat at the proverbial table. So if you're not giving it to me, I'm taking it. And if you don't like it, fight me for it, because I've earned it. I'm not interested in being given it because now you're like, this is what we need to do. It's the right thing to do. I no longer work on anything for diversity, equity, inclusion if you can't tell me an end game. And I've always been thrown at that. My last company that I worked for, I actually made them admit at one point. I said, they asked me to go to an event, and I said, I will go on one condition. And they said, what? I said, I want you to verbally admit to me that I am your diversity dog and pony show. I'm the black guy in the company who has a tuxedo, who knows how to act, who has world experiences. You tell me that is why you send me the things, and I will go. Other than that, not happening. And the discomfort on everyone's face there. And I told him, I said, just the way you felt right now, you felt that way for the past 30 seconds. I felt like that for the past 4 decades. So take that in and let that sink in and soak. Unfortunately, it's not.
Now, what do you think about that? What's your thoughts on what you just heard, Tony? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hey, Tony. I'm sorry about that. Yeah. Can you go back to the beginning of your topic, what you're saying about having a seat at the table, and just leave both lines open because the folks in LinkedIn, you couldn't hear you. Go ahead. Thanks.
Gotcha. Yeah, so definitely, we talk about getting a seat at the table, but first, make sure that the room is even worthy of your presence, your executive presence of being in it, because some things are just not worth the bother, the time, or the energy. But in addition to that, a seat at the table, when we talk about that, that's middle management, right? Where we're not represented is at the top of these organizations, the CEO, the CFO, the COO, those type of positions. And the only way to do that is, yeah, take your seat at the table. But in addition, I want to be offered a menu. I want to be able to eat. I want to be able to critique. So all of those extra actions are going to get you at the top of that organization. So I think it's when we, because we remember when it was just D and I, right? So it was diversity and inclusion. So now it's DE and I. Now it's DE and I and B and belonging. So this is a perpetual process that is growing. So we have to take it beyond the seat at the table. So I definitely agree with everything that was being said. The code switching, like I said, I stopped that about 10 years ago after being in corporate America and realizing that it was causing me anxiety. It was causing me stress. I was worried about, okay, does this tie go with this shirt? I would even Google, like you said, Google, let me make sure, okay, I got to wear brown shoes and I have to wear a brown belt, right? It was too much, right? And so that means there was no feeling of belonging. That means I couldn't bring my whole self to work. And when I let all of that go, Cello, it was the
Hmm.
most liberating thing in the world. What you see is what you get. And that's the person that I've been for the last 10 years and continue to be.
Okay, thank you. And you know what? Leave both lines open. I actually managed to figure it out on this point as well when it comes down to hearing you. Now, Jermaine, go right ahead. What are your thought of what the gentleman just said? And if anything, even probably even add to what Tony shared.
Yeah, I kind of concur with a lot of things that Tony said. He said it so well. Man, so I don't even know how to say this, but recently, you don't know this, Marcello, but recently I left my employment, and it was a choice that I decided to make, and it was due to some of the things that Tony just said, the anxiety and the stress, and being that only one in the room, wondering if I'm really invited. And me as I get older, thinking about, should I be in that room, or is there another room that has already been prepared for me to walk to that room?
Mm-hmm.
Really, really taking that leap of faith and going out and doing it. And recently, I went through some really strenuous interviews to join an organization on a full-time basis. I've been doing some volunteer work with the organization, and I'm going to continue to do my ambassador work with the organization. I was recommended for a position. I ended up not getting the position, but again, I went through some really strenuous interviews that I thought I did well on. But their diversity and inclusion person also reached out to just see how my experience was. And I thought that was pretty strong for her to reach out to me. And her saying that she's going to stay on top of, my pursuit of joining the organization on a full-time basis. It's for a great cause. And I just feel like the right position is going to become available. And that is the room that I'm supposed to be in, because I had leukemia, as you know,
Mm-hmm.
and I came through that. And with the disparity as a whole with African Americans, especially in the healthcare, it is huge. It is like enormous. I mean, when I'm gonna make this plug real quick.
when a Caucasian is diagnosed with a blood cancer, they have a 77% chance to find a donor match in the registry. Whereas when an African American or minority is diagnosed with a blood cancer, they only have a 23% chance to find a match.
Wow.
I want to be in that room to help move that needle. So by every means necessary, I'm pressing toward that. And that's one of my passions. And that's one of the reasons why I decided to leave what I was doing in the corporate world.
Thank you very much for sharing that, Jermaine. And I know that I know you personally. We've hung out after work. We've hung out with our spouses, so we got to know each other quite intimately. So I know how much you enjoy. I just might be just speaking for you, but I feel like you do enjoy that environment. You do enjoy the corporate environment. I'm sure there's another side that you enjoy as well, but I know you and I have relished the time to be in that environment. So I know even though you needed to leave, I'm sure that you did it begrudgingly. Well, I feel like you did. So, a bit. I want to give you an opportunity to answer that. So, what are your thoughts on what I just said?
Yeah, I would agree. There's some aspects of the corporate world I love. I mean, but to this day, I mean, like Republic, for an example, where you work now,
I heard
where
I've
worked.
I heard about that company before.
Yeah. But I love what I learned there.
Mm-hmm.
I learned a great deal, on how to take my professional approach to business to another level. And I've taken that everywhere that I've gone. But yeah, maybe there is another opportunity out there, but as of right now, my focus is really, that healthcare side. I may do something somewhere else as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to be open right now. After COVID and everything that has happened over the last 12 months in our world and how things have changed, I just wanted to approach this 2021 with a sense of calm and making sure that I pencil down what my vision is and what the purpose that I believe is ahead of me, and really start stepping out on that.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Now, mind you, everyone can hear you perfectly. So I thank you very much for being vulnerable, Jermaine. I appreciate that. Now, you guys are listening to Jermaine, also Tony and myself as well, share our point of view on this. We're going to continue to listen to the podcast, and please be sure to subscribe to that podcast. It's called The Great Man Within. I don't care who you are, is a great podcast. I definitely recommend it. And they have a vast variety of different topics to listen. Please, if you have any questions or any feedback on what you're listening to, share it in the comments. So thank you very much. Let's go back to the podcast right now.
It's not something that's going to change overnight, and it's not going to change. I can't change it. Marcus can't change it. That ownership lies in the court of Bryan and Dominick. The discomfort with each other and being outside of those different situations is only going to change. I don't really like the term minority, but when you look at it as a percentage of the country, we are a minority percentage. We make up, Black people make up 13% of the country. I don't know exactly all people of color. So when you look at the system that we have, because it is controlled by white people, you have the ownership to change it. We're tired of leading you to the water even. This has to be something, the purpose has to be not because you're being told this is the right thing to do. This has to come from your core.
Marcus, I think it was you mentioned a word earlier. The word was power sharing. Mm-hmm. Can you help us understand what that looks like? What is power sharing, even within the context of the great man within?
So what does that look like? Most people, not all people, most people that are in a long-term relationship, whether it's a marriage or partnership, right? Someone leads something. There are things that people have. So like the power is shared within the relationship and within the house. When it comes to organizations, sometimes what you find is that you have the white people up top and there is no power. for anyone else to see someone that looks like them at the table. So like there is no power shared. Like we're always answering to someone who is white. What we find now is that there is a white awakening because white people are losing power and they are doing everything they can to hold on to it because they don't know what else to do because they don't know how to share power.
Now, I got to ask you guys. So now, based on what you just heard right now, this is the gentleman's opinion of what he just, about, interacting with Caucasian folks. And I'll give it to Jermaine first and then Tony. Have you seen this change? Obviously, there's a lot of influences. Obviously, there's politics that influence that and or just life-changing events. So just curious to know, based on what you just heard, have you seen that personally, and if you have any life experiences that you could share? Go ahead, Jermaine. All right, Tony, go right ahead, Tony.
I think that you can see in terms of let's see, the many CEOs are stepping down. You can also see in terms of the restructuring of companies. Mm-hmm. So these organizations are, actually the board of directors are forcing them to relinquish their power. Now, in terms of who gets that power, that's still up for grabs. Now, me personally, I can say in my previous career, I was passed over maybe 4 or 5 times for corporate positions. And with that, I made a determination to never have to work directly for anyone again. So that launched my entrepreneurship. And it also forced me to go back to school and get my JD in employment law. So I've definitely seen and been a part of people who refuse to relinquish power or share power, because there's enough for everyone, right? Mm-hmm. There's a piece of the pie for everyone. And, when I was passed over for these promotions, it wasn't me that realized what was happening, but it was my supervisor bringing to light the intimidation of the superiors who held the power and was afraid of me.
All right, Tony, open up your line on your other line right now on StreamYard. I lost your audio on Clubhouse.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So definitely been a part of that. And and some of it isn't always obvious. But you just have to make sure you persevere and you go for what's yours.
I like that. Now, Tasha, thank you very much for joining us. Tasha, what we're doing right now is that obviously we are having a conversation about having uncomfortable conversations with Black men. And Tasha, for folks that are watching this on LinkedIn, YouTube, or Facebook, she's in the Clubhouse room. So, Tasha, what we're talking about is we're actually listening to a podcast. It's from the name of the podcast is called The Great Man Within. And in that podcast, they had an episode recently that they tackled the uncomfortable conversations to have with Black men. And the two hosts of the show are white, and they invited over 10 Black men to a Zoom conversation. Ultimately decided to have 2 individuals from that conversation to record their thoughts on the topic. So that's what we're listening to. And then in between, as we listen, I'm pausing the podcast and getting the feedback from folks that are listening to that. Tasha, please feel free to let us know if you have any life change and life experiences when it pertains to you needed to change your approach. I think like what you said before what was that term that you mentioned, Tony, when it pertains to acting one way versus another? I forgot what was the term.
Code switching.
There you go. Thank you. Yeah. So, I wasn't sure if you had anything to add to that, Tasha, before we go back to the podcast. And Tracy, thank you very much for joining us.
Well, thank you for having me up here. This is definitely an important conversation to have. And so I appreciate being able to listen in and gain some knowledge.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And yeah. So I'm going to continue on the podcast and then.
One second. Let me just put this short little interjection in.
Yeah, go ahead.
One of the things that I'm never intimidated by those rooms and being in those spaces with whites, but I'm always trying to because I can be passionate, I can be blunt, all those kind of things.
Mm-hmm.
I'm always trying to check their pulse, because your tone as a black man can come off as being an angry black man.
Yeah, that's
right?
so common. Yes.
Yeah. And so I found myself not necessarily ever being intimidated, but always trying to have a tone that would allow me to always be approachable by them.
All right.
Rather than them being.
I need you to elaborate on that. Can you be more specific?
It can be a disagreement about something, and I am trying to make sure that my body language and my tone is consistently professional. Mm-hmm. because my tone, I can speak a little loud, I can be firm in certain scenarios, and I noticed that with my last direct manager. It just seemed to me that sometimes he would try to undermine me, and appear to be, I know it all and you know nothing, right? Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And that was hard for me to absorb all that, be professional, and get my point across. I mean, I was never intimidated by him, but again, I just didn't want to come off this angry black man in certain situations.
Okay, I guess I lost you over there for a moment. I'll wait for you to come back, Jermaine. But the thing is that sometimes I feel that what Jermaine mentioned is a valid point. It's
a lot of black men stay quiet in some cases because their paycheck. Mm-hmm. So they don't speak up. They don't speak their case enough because of that. So we stay stagnant, and more of us are coming out of that, but I still see some in some cases that are yet staying mediocre. I mean, and they're just going through anxieties and stresses that they don't need to go through.
Jermaine, I appreciate you sharing that. I just had to give it a little bit of pushback on that. Sometimes my experience, and that's on a personal level, what I'm about to say, sometimes being professional, and with the word professional, it could be determined so many different ways, meaning that, okay, in our culture, and I say in our culture, meaning, us of color, sometimes keeping it real goes wrong, and keeping it real sometimes is not being professional. But the fact is, you can still keep it real, but being professional. And obviously there's a very fine line, because at that point, when you show that you're not going to allow people to belittle you or not, basically don't give you your don't approach you with some respect. Like they say, put some respect on my name. If they don't approach you that way, then what happens sometimes, you just say, you know what, okay, you become amenable, and you're like, oh, okay, I see your point. And then you step back, you step out of that argument to avoid to getting in a combative scenario. The fact is, it's unfortunate. I experienced it personally. And most recently, I had a white colleague of mine challenged me indirectly via email, and mainly because I feel, and the reason why I feel this way, not just is a feeling, is because he knows that I have a strong opinion. So chances are, him being a butthole with me via email, historically, I've pushed back. But at this point, it's like, you know what, I'm not gonna even entertain that argument, because the fact is, he's trying to push my buttons, or like you said, like Tony said, poke and push the envelope. So sometimes you have to pick your battles, but at the same time, you have to have strong opinions, because otherwise, I think sometimes the thing that we could lose when being, and this is my perception, Jermaine, being professional, is that you lose respect. And then if you lose respect, then you could go anywhere from there.
Yeah. I did get a little bit out of character, but I was still, I meant what I said, but when I say out of character, it wasn't like majorly disrespectful or anything like that. But I just put my point across. If you're a leader, okay, people are going to follow your lead.
Yeah.
So if things are not where you would like for it to be, first person that you need to look at is yourself. How are you exemplifying before and demonstrating before your teams what you expect? And then let us see you do that. Is what I kind of say. We're in the service industry, so you can relate. So I was having a quabble with a branch manager at one point, and I just finally told him, I said, hey, look, I don't have time to mess around with this. I am this type of person. This is how I approach the business world. This is when I cultivate relationships. This is how I do things. And I am selling what you guys say you go over and above to do. So do it. I don't mean to get over to that jargon, but I'll just stay.
No, I got it. I know that you cleaning it up right now, so I appreciate that. Now, Tasha, you heard quite a bit of what I said and what Jermaine said. You may be able to relate to being in a scenario that you have to be professional, with air quotes. Just curious to know what's your take on that.
Oh, absolutely. It's almost second nature to automatically code switch. I grew up in a very diverse. I grew up in California, very diverse, and then I went to an HBCU, so I got a little bit of both. But now that I'm in the real world, it's just an automatic. It's an automatic function. It's kind of sad that it has to be that way. That we were trained. It's definitely unfortunate. So I understand everything that you all have said.
Thank you, Tasha. I appreciate that. Let me and now before I go back, I'm curious to know because a lot has been said. Tony, did you have some insight to add to what you've heard?
Well,
One of the things I want to say is you don't have to accept every invitation sent to you. And so that's really important. I use a method called graystoning. And so once I greystone you, that's it. I'm not giving you energy. I'm not giving you time. I'm basically ignoring you.
And what does that mean to you? I'm sorry, you say greystone. Is that correct?
Yes, greystone.
What does that mean to you?
So it means that you pretty much are not going to get a reaction out of me. I'm going to sit there like a rock.
I love it. You like that, Jermaine, huh?
I love it.
Hey, mind you, I'm not sure if Tasha ever did this before, but I'm only gonna say what I do know from my wife. They call it, what is that? the bitch stare. What's it called again? You know, I'm not. You know about that? How is it called again, Tosh?
You mean a
Angry.
resting bitch face?
There
That's
you go.
it. That's it.
So that's the female version of it, I guess, right?
Kind of.
All right, I love that. I love that. Let me go back to the podcast. Thank you very much for entertaining the dialogue there, Tasha. I appreciate that. Let me bring up the podcast back.
Right? They know how to hoard it. They know how to say, here is a space. Yeah, Jay, come to this space. Right? Because I know that you can speak the King's English. You own a tuxedo. You have been to all these countries. Like, you can come to this space because I know that you're non-threatening to me. And so, like, I know what to do with you. But if the Jay that shows up on a Saturday in the summer, they don't want to see that Jay, right? Because that's the Jay that, like, they don't know what to do with. They know how to judge it. Whereas white men get to fuck up all the time and still have the power in the space because we make excuses for them and their behavior. A white man that I teach at a university here in New Jersey, and a white man sent an email out because a professor wrote an article about Black Lives Matter, right? And it was literally like, Black Lives Matter is racist, all lives matter. That's what God said. We don't talk about black on black crime. We don't talk about unless they're children. And it was like all the things that made me feel unsafe. I sent an email to the president and to the vice provost. And they said to me, why are you spending so much energy being concerned about what he said? It's not a big thing. And I responded, that is the same way that we ended up what happened on January 6th. Because we just make excuses. We forgive them. But Trayvon Martin was just a little black boy walking in his own neighborhood with Skittles and an Arizona iced tea. Michael Brown was just another black boy in Ferguson. Black boys don't get a chance to be boys. It doesn't matter how educated they are or we are, what we do. At any moment, whiteness can be used as a weapon.
We saw that, Marcus, in the at the same time that George Floyd went down.
I'm curious to know now if you guys are listening to it, if you have, and we'll start from Tasha, Jermaine, then Tony. Just curious to know, what have you been in a scenario that you saw your white counterpart get a pass on something that you didn't get a pass on, and you know, if it's something that is remarkable and you're like, okay, you can speak on, you know, more than I'd love for you to share it. So go right ahead, Tasha, if you have something to share on that topic.
I know I've seen it, but at this point I can't recall a specific scenario, but I know I've seen it.
It's almost like, you know, when you say that, Tasha, I feel like you start thinking like, you know what, you've been there, done that. It's like, okay, it's about to happen again tomorrow. What's new, right? Like so I can't speak on it, but I live it. So it's like, I can't.
Right. It's almost so normal that it just kind of blends in.
Yeah, I agree with that. Now, Jermaine, what's your take on that? Have you ever been in a scenario that you could recant?
Yeah, I've seen it. Something actually happened to me, and the person did eventually. They got let go eventually.
Yeah, that's the thing, Tony. Sometimes the audio you see the on Clubhouse, like I'm looking at the screen on my phone, it says poor connection. So I'll try to get off Wi-Fi. Maybe that has something to do with it. Let me see if I can get Jermaine back. Jermaine, I'm sorry what you was saying. Can you repeat it? Because it was I didn't hear a word.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now? Pretty good?
Yeah, I hear you perfect. It was my connection. Go ahead.
I said it's many occasions, like Tasha said, where things have happened that I probably have forgotten about. But there is something that has happened to me before, and the person did end up getting let go from the company, but it was a while before they got let go.
Yeah.
If it would have been an African American or a person of color, they would have been out of the door that day. So they get it just seems like, and I don't talk about this a lot, to be honest with you guys. I don't sit around having these conversations. But you know, they need to be had, of course. But I don't pull race cards. I don't have those conversations. You know, I'm trying to make the world a better place. But at the same time, man, many occasions out there, Chello.
Well, it's funny you mention that, and I'll you know what? Let me let Tony share if you have a personal experience on that.
Absolutely. So in my previous career, I worked in Houston, and there's what's called the 1960 divide. Now 1960 divides North Houston from the rest of Houston. North Houston is what's called the Woodlands. It's a township. It's oil tycoon country, very affluent. Now everything below that is pretty much inner city. And so I worked for this pharmacy, and I'd done about 7 years inner city, and it was rough. You were dealing with high crime, theft, you name it.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember our pharmacy came open in North Houston. And of course, I put my name in the hat for it. And let's also remember the way that the pay system was structured was based on the volume of sales and prescriptions that were filled in these locations. All of the stores North Houston were multi-million-dollar stores. All of the stores inner city were less than $1 million stores. So when I went to my supervisor about when I didn't get the position, he told me I didn't get the position because people in that area wanted to see people that looked like them. And yeah,
it's crazy that they actually said it.
Yeah, he said it. I didn't mind him thinking it, but he said it. He said it.
Yeah,
he said it. He said it. And behold, you know, there was an investigation and all of this. He got a slap on the hand, and he retired about 2 years later. And the new person that came in looked like me. and I actually got the promotion to that pharmacy and was the first black person to run a pharmacy in that area.
Wow. Yeah. Mind you, the thing is that the takeaway I get from that is that I've known people that could have been the trigger that they say, you know what, forget you, I'm leaving this company, my services are not valued, this is unacceptable. You understand, you know what I mean? And either, you know, for a reason, leave the company. What was it about that scenario that you decided to stick with it? Because obviously it paid off, but what was it? What did you see? What did you feel?
I needed that to help the change. That I needed to be the example, and if I didn't get that one, I was going to get one of those pharmacies in that area,
Mm-hmm.
and it was just a matter of time. And I wanted to be an example for everybody that was south of that 1960 line. And I can tell you, and I can't even make this up, but we were in a large meeting, and when they announced that I was getting that location, it was a standing ovation, right? I mean, there were tears from people, like, and let's keep in mind, this was like 2008. So we're not talking 20 or 30 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
This was 2008. But I had to stay because I knew that other people were dependent on me. And I knew that the things that I could do, what I was capable of, and I was going for everything that I deserved.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. And that makes sense. It definitely makes perfect sense when it comes down to the challenges that you have faced personally. And I think a lot of folks have gone through that as well. Let me go back to the podcast so we can get to continue with the dialogue.
Down, there was that incident in Central Park where the woman's name escapes me, but she was the one who threatened, I forget the man's name now, but
The bird watcher.
the bird watcher, the black man who saw a woman with her dog unleashed in like the area of Central Park where dogs could eat these birds. And he was like, please leash your dog. And she kept threatening, I'm going to call the police and I'm going to tell them an African-American man. She said that 3 times. I'm going to tell them that an African-American man, will not leave me alone. And I remember Trevor Noah from The Daily Show afterwards, he was just like, that is like a precise form of institutionalized racism. Like she knew by repeating the word African-American 3 times that she was using that as a weapon against him, where she knew that she could put his life at danger for that. Those moments that are so commonplace. This morning, I was just scrolling through Instagram. I follow this account called No White Saviors, which is really an account based on, it's like, listen, if you want to be an advocate around being part of the solution around racial injustice and equity, then white people, you are not the starring role. You are the supporting role. That's the thing that they No White Saviors. And the account today showed how when a white person experiences mental illness in this country, it can save your life, right? If there's a white person who's showing signs of mental illness on the streets, police have shown over and over again, or mental health professionals have shown over and over again, that's like, okay, we can disarm this person in a safe way and get them the help they need. Black man does that, he's gunned down. If there's like a black man running around with his shirt off and he's like having say like a psychotic break, that guy is considered dangerous. And the first thing that happens is guns are drawn. And then it's the police felt unsafe. When a police person feels unsafe, then it's justifiable to fire a weapon. But they've shown over and over and over again that white people in those same situations are constantly disarmed without any violence. So these are just kind of the things that you guys, through our conversations, have turned me on to through our own awareness.
So now, given that said, have you guys, either Tasha and Tony, do you guys have a personal or even someone or a story that you could share that, just like that, that you see that they got preferential treatment that you could share, or that you heard from a third party story that you could share with us here today? Hey, Martin, thank you very much for joining us today. And Steven, thank you very much for joining us. And Sabra, thank you very much for joining us. Let me reset the room. What we're doing is that we're actually listening to a podcast right now, which is the show is called The Great Man Within. The topic of the show that we're listening to today is, and you can actually go and listen to the podcast if you like afterwards, but we're listening to it now and having a discussion around it. The title is called Uncomfortable Conversations with Black Men. So we're listening to that. We're pausing it. Right now we're in a pause moment, obviously. And we're debating what we're listening to, and we're sharing, life-changing events and experiences that are similar to what we just heard, so we could actually exchange stories and debate that, how we feel about that. Martin, so right now what we just listened to, I wasn't sure if you had managed to listen much of it. Did you have any introduction thoughts on the topic itself?
Yeah, sure. I think that we're going to have a lot of uncomfortable conversations in general, between Republicans, Democrats, between people that live in the South, and between people who live in now heat deserts. They're coming up on the summer. So what happened in Texas with winter is possible for it to be super hot. I don't know if everybody remembers last summer, but we're going to experience some really extreme weathers. And so there's going to be, that's going to start to cause people to migrate from certain locations. And there'll be people who can't afford to migrate from those locations. So what are we going to do with people who are facing financial insecurity? So, but the topic is uncomfortable conversation with Black men. And so for me, I don't know. It's maybe because I'm 50 and I feel like, I don't have time for people who don't want to change or don't want to at least examine, and be honest and transparent. So I don't think of uncomfortable conversations with Black men. I just shake my head. I definitely had some problems here in Clubhouse that I had to boot people out of rooms. I had to mute their mic on stage, kick them off stage. And then I had to address 3 guys, actually, one right after the other. I had to address their actions and their statements and try to help the room unpack what we just heard in real time. And that's what led me to start the initiative called Safe Stage, where our stages that we have or clubs who join with us have no place for intolerance, harassment, bullying, or today, a big thing that kept coming up when I talked to people was intimidation. Sometimes men can be very intimidating on this app, the way they speak to women. And I didn't realize it just now, but I was talking about a Black man that seems to be targeting women for his services, but he doesn't. All the men I've talked to, he's never offered his service to any men. And so when the room was unpacking his actions in another place and no one brought his name up, he decided to come on stage and address what we were talking about, but we weren't talking about, him directly. At that point, he, became very defensive. I'll say that. And nobody named him. Nobody said anything about, any kind of reference to any characteristic of his. Anybody that wasn't in that previous room to identify him. But I think that he reached out on LinkedIn and asked for a meeting so he could help improve himself. And I was asking other men that I know, other Black men, has this guy ever came to you and offered his services? Because he's Mr. blah, blah, blah. And they said no. So the women in the room DM'd me and said, in the second room, they feel uncomfortable around him because he's very pushy and he tries to intimidate them with buying his services. So I think, I don't know that it's a Black man thing. My wife likes to say sometimes that Black men are, she generalizes, right, a lot. And so I always tell her, well, I'm not like that. Steven's not like that. The brothers that she knows that she looks at as honorable men that take care of their families and are in their wives' life and are honest. She always says, yeah, but y'all aren't the majority. And so that kind of hurts because that's discounting close to 4 to 5 million Black men because we're not the majority. We're not the 18 that are out there single and running around acting crazy. So it's, I guess in a way, I've chosen to, when I see someone in my space do something stupid or, something disrespectful or say something that's just unbelievable, I don't have an uncomfortable conversation with them. I address their action to the whole group as a teaching moment and kind of, I guess, push them aside. And so far, this guy has been the only person to reach back out to me and say, maybe you were right. Let me see if I can try to improve myself. I am side-eyeing him. I don't believe that he really is, ready to make a change because he said, I don't see where I need to change that, but let me at least have this conversation with you. So, it's sort of going to be a waste of time, but I'll have the conversation because he reached out.
No, and mind you, that's I sometimes I feel similar to what you just said. Like, when like someone that you don't think that they usually would have approached you, But given that the times are a little bit different now, you start wondering, is that approach genuine? So, who knows? Well, Chris, thank you very much for joining us. We're actually right now at a stopping point because we're listening to a podcast. The podcast, and the name of the podcast is called The Great Man Within. And on this particular episode that we're listening to and we're debating on it is having uncomfortable conversations with Black men. So that's the topic of the conversation that we're having right now. So just curious to know, before we go back to the podcast, Chris, and like to get your insight, have you ever been in a scenario that you had or you felt uncomfortable having a conversation with Black men? And if so, if you could share a third party story or a story that you have experienced personally.
Well, thanks for welcoming me in here. Actually, I joined not being sure if this was a place for Black men only or whether this is a larger conversation. So I'm happy to leave, by the way, if this is actually meant to be a different space.
You're welcome. And actually, we encouraged your dialogue. So actually, exactly the topic is to having conversations and comfortable conversation with Black men. But that's, it's Black men are Black men and white men with Black men or any other ethnicity with Black men. So continue on.
Okay. Let's see. I'll have to think on that a little bit. I have a number of as you can tell, obviously from my picture, I'm a white man. Mm-hmm. I have a number of Black friends, and my biggest, I don't remember having an uncomfortable conversation per se, but I actually wonder if that wasn't a shared experience, right? Because walking through the world as a white man, I've come to discover as I've grown older and the many years, and obviously a lot of stuff going on recently, that there's a lot of stuff I'm oblivious to. So I actually wonder if I've had uncomfortable conversations, but I wasn't the person who was uncomfortable. So I'll have to think about that a little bit more. I'm sure that something will come up, but I'm sort of just coming into this hot, let's say.
No, I appreciate that, and I what I'd like to, before I go back to the podcast, I'm curious to know all the people that are listening to the discussion, if you have any insights or any response to what you just heard.
Are we going back to like the mental health part?
Go ahead.
Well, with the mental health part, in person, I haven't seen that. I am a social worker, so I do deal with mental health a lot. But I have seen many videos where a white man is waving a knife or waving a gun, and they're chasing the cop around. They're chasing the cop, and the cops just either trying to de-escalate or just not even trying to do the same effort that he would do towards a Black man. And then I also live an hour south of Rochester, where just recently Daniel Prude was having a mental health break and was naked and clearly, handcuffed, I believe, and was shot. So there's so many other things that have happened in similar situations. So it's definitely it's frustrating.
Well, thank you very much for sharing that, Tasha. I know, and thank you very much for bringing that up because it reminded me of the question once all the other folks joined in. The question that I was asking earlier, and I didn't get an answer from Tony, and obviously Martin and Chris, you guys came in after I asked the question. If you guys actually have been in a scenario that you felt that it could be either some authority, either professionally or even some cop or even, let's say, a firefighter, whatever it might be, but that you felt that they approached you in a different fashion, or they didn't let things slide with you, but you either witnessed or you have heard of a scenario that you could share with us today, that you saw that you weren't treated equally by either management or even a cop or even anyone else in authority. And go right ahead, Tony. I didn't get a chance to hear from you. Then I'll go Martin, then Chris.
No problem. So as you know, Chello, I moved from different city to city. And Coach Love can speak to this. When I'm in St. Louis, I live in a place called St. Peter's. Now, to my knowledge, it was, I guess, became a township when parts of St. Louis separated from the rest of St. Louis. But about 3 weeks ago, I wasn't at home, or neither was my son. And one of the things that continued to happen is I live in this apartment complex that is predominantly white. And I have a neighbor that always seems to have issues with noise disturbance. Either the television is too loud, or we're walking too hard, or whatever the case may be. But what happened in this particular situation, neither my son nor myself was at home. We were down in Houston at my house, tickets, everything to prove. And when I got back to St. Peter's, there was a note on the door, and it was to call the St. Peter's PD. So I called and I asked, hey, well, what's going on? And they said, well, we want to know your side of the story about the noise disturbance from 2 days ago. And I'm thinking, I wasn't home, so what noise disturbance? And he says, your neighbor reported that you were stumping.
What?
And yeah, there you go. Yeah. So I said, well, I wasn't home. And he said, well, we came and knocked on your door and you didn't answer. Right?
Yeah.
Well, that's the first clue. I wasn't home. So here I am thinking, okay, this is the end of it, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Well, I go to the mailbox 2 days later, and I have a summons for court for noise disturbance.
What?
Yeah.
Are you joking?
No. And so, and I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. Yeah, it's a $27 ticket, but I'm pleading not guilty, and I'm going to use the taxpayers' money with a prosecutor just to prove what happened with white privilege.
Wow. Yeah, thank you very much, Tasha. I see that you're clapping. Yeah, thank you for sharing. Go ahead, Maureen.
Oh, I was just going to say to Tony that, if I was you, I would also use the taxpayer dollars to subpoena the person that made the complaint. I would make full use of the court system, and also subpoena, the police officer, just to have them there. So they may not, I don't know how the township works, because it may not, they maybe can blow it off. But just to testify that they knocked several times and no one came. So you knocked several times, yes. And so you wrote a ticket, yes, because they weren't home. But this complaint was being done, okay. And, just to establish that this is on the record, this is a part of a systemic issue, that the assumption is that the person is telling the truth. And when the person is not home or doesn't answer the door, and it may be because of the township, they're not going to force their way in your apartment, right? Like if it was in Bankhead or he was in 3rd Ward in Houston, then maybe they would have knocked. But honestly, I got to be funny. It's funny. The 3rd Ward cops, I lived in 3rd Ward in Houston, not 5th Ward, but 3rd Ward. They leave you alone. So I can't say, I'm not even going to throw the 3rd Ward Houston cops under the bus like that. But I'm just saying in some other neighborhood, maybe they would knock the door down just because this person complained. Like in Harlem, there was a drumming incident when gentrification first started, a lot of the new neighbors complained that from 12 until 5, African drumming was being done at the park across the street. And so police were called several times, made a big deal about it. You can Google African drumming in Harlem, gentrification and noise complaints. And so this is 12 to 5, 12 in the afternoon till 5 p.m. On a Saturday. And that has been historically happening in Harlem for about 20 some years. So to your point, I think, you should definitely take a full advantage of every resource the court has to defend yourself and to point out, the problem with the system. But I would also caution, though, please be careful about, and I know you are, Tony, I've heard you in other rooms, you're very poised, you're very tactful. At the same time, Tony, you have the ability to say, I don't know how you do it, but I don't know if you're from Louisiana or something, but you say certain words and it just cuts. So I just want to make sure that you show the utmost respect to the judge. Everybody else, you can do the Tony thing you do, which is, But other than that, I feel you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And before I go back to the podcast, Chris, did you have a story to share on that topic?
Well, I'm not sure how relevant my exact perspective is because I obviously have the white privilege that allows me to not experience most of these things. But there is an instance that comes to mind of a young man that I know. And actually it was one of the moments that I look back on as sort of an example of my privilege, which is, so this young man, very funny person, smart, used to live up in Seattle and he went to one of the schools at one of the worst in the city. So I'm with him. We have, we have a good relationship. I know him as a funny person. And he tells me a story one day about an experience, about that earlier that day, about being basically walking down the street and a police officer shook him down. And my unquestioned immediate reaction was, oh, this is a story. I don't want to say the person's name, of course. Mm-hmm. This is one of his funny stories. And so I just laughed at it. I thought it was so absurd to me because of my background that was obviously a joke. And it wasn't until later that I realized not only was that almost certainly the truth, but what damage I may have been doing to that young man by literally laughing in his face about it. I mean, mm-hmm. I was not meaning to do that, of course, but I don't know. That's one that comes immediately to mind.
No, I appreciate that. And James, thank you very much for joining us in the room. The discussion was inspired by a podcast called The Great Man Within. And the topic of the podcast is the same one as our discussion here today, which is uncomfortable conversations with Black men. So we're listening to the actual podcast. We're pausing in between, and we're getting people's opinions and insights. The last question that we have asked the panel is if you have any experiences of, with either authority or even some employment within employment that either some of your leadership in employment might have given a white person a pass, but you were in the same scenario and they didn't give you a pass. Or let's say, for instance, if you saw a scenario that the cops pulled you over or pulled someone over, but they didn't do the same thing when you saw either the same cop or the same scenario and the white person or someone else that is not of color was given a pass. So welcome to the stage, James.
Yes, thank you for having me. To be perfectly honest, I really haven't had any, I would say, racially biased experiences with either law enforcement or employment. So that would be a negative for me.
Okay, thank you.
Not that it doesn't happen.
No, it doesn't. I mean, do you have either a story that has been shared with you that you feel comfortable sharing with us today on either topic on that before I go back to the podcast?
No, quite frankly, I don't really know of any particular instances like that. Like I said, I'm sure it happens, but I've just been fortunate. It hasn't happened to me.
Mm-hmm. And mind you, I can understand your perspective on that. It's very similar to what Tasha said earlier. I think when I asked her a question about a scenario, it's like almost like you live it almost to the point that you know that this is the current state that we're in, or not even current state. This is the world we live in. So when you hear such story, you're like, all right, it's to be expected. It's gonna happen. So.
Well, I want to jump.
Please go right ahead, Martin.
Share the story with a young man. When Chris said it triggered a story I saw this week. What day is it? Thursday. So I saw it Sunday or Monday in Texas in the snowstorm. Young man leaving Walmart, 18 years old. Cops. He's in the snowstorm. He's walking as close to the sidewalk as possible, but the sidewalk is unwalkable. So cops come up. They talk to him. It's on the police cam. He's like, I'm straight. I'm good. I'm walking home. Let me see your ID. Let me see this. We have reported somebody out here waving a T-shirt. He's like, obviously I'm not waving a T-shirt. It's snowing. He's like, I'm good. I'm going home. And so they got mad that he kept walking in the snow. So they grab him, handcuffed him. You see him saying, I can't, it hurts. It hurts. He spent the night in jail. Turns out that he is 18. They asked for ID and he felt he didn't have to give it. And in that specific part of Texas, he was 100% right. The cops were 100% wrong. The police chief says that, in the article, he says, well, we today didn't know what we today know more than we didn't know then. And he does reprimand the two police officers, said they should not have arrested him. They should have took him home. It was in the damn snow. But, nonetheless, he was arrested, spent the night in jail. He's going to sue to get his record expunged. And of course, he was leaving Walmart as he does every night and walks home. So this was a normal thing for him to do. The outlier was that it was snowing. And so a black man walking down the street in the snow in Texas, what's happening in Texas, is something to be arrested for and to be held overnight until they can verify that you're not a threat because you were walking in a blizzard home.
That is absolutely absurd. And so thank you very much for joining us today. We're about to go back to what we're doing today, but thank you very much for joining us. We're listening to a podcast from a show called The Great Man Within, and the topic is having uncomfortable conversations with black men. So in the meantime, I'm actually going to go back to the podcast, and then I'll ask you, we're going to ask everyone on the panel their insight of what we just heard. And thank you very much for joining us today, Enzo.
Sure.
And to go back to where we started this question, Brian, about power sharing, Marcus, when you brought that term up, that's where this episode came from. We were like, hey, why don't we get a couple of guys from this call and put our voices on a show? And I think this is like one of the first of a number of conversations that we would love to have about these types of topics so that we can get comfortable in the discomfort. Because Jay, like you said, man, what we feel for 30 seconds on a given day, you felt for 4 decades of your life. And like Brian and I, we got to start to live that example more often.
Yeah. The struggle is finding out who's genuine. Because I am no longer interested in being the friend and I have a black friend.
How can you tell then? What would be indicators that would allow you to know that someone's genuine?
It's, and maybe sometimes it's a man thing, but, I talk to friends of mine and I don't need you to solve my problems. I'm not asking you to fix the world. What I'm asking you to do is listen. The best example I gave to a friend of mine. I said, you know what? I'm sure you are annoyed. I'm sure you're sick of hearing the damn term white privilege. You know what? But I will never tell you you're wrong for being sick of that. You know why? Because I don't know what it feels like to say that. So I can't sit there and tell you, you know what? You shouldn't be annoyed with this. I can't put myself in your shoes because I don't experience that. So when you tell me you're annoyed, I listen. And I take that into account with your feelings. The same way that I would ask for you, I was telling a friend of mine once, I said, there's a reason whenever we all go out, you guys jokingly say, am I waiting for, why do I have to see the door? And I said, I will tell you guys this. I said, I live in a world where I have to be prepared that if something goes down, and I'm always the only one in the group, I said, honestly, guys, I don't know who of you would have my back. So I need to know how to take care of myself. And I said, that is my every day. And that is my every time I go out with you guys. And in that conversation, the woman who probably knows me, the person who knows me better than anyone, the woman who raised me, my mother, was sitting across from me when I had this conversation with a guy who I've referred to as my best friend. And I'm honestly, I'm reevaluating that right now. Through everything that went on last summer, I began to realize that he does not see beyond his own experience. And he thinks that because I am currently one of his best friends and his high school best friend was black, he sees the experience. Well, he had a 2-minute taste of what I've gone through, where he was out of town and he saw some guys talking on a street corner. And as I'm telling this story, as he told me, and he's big in his faith, and it was a guy preaching. And someone asked him if he was prepared to die for what his people have done to black people. And they just start verbally attacking him. And he told me, and he goes, I did nothing to them. I did nothing to deserve that. And I let him go on and on for 2 minutes. And I said, it was absolutely terrible, wasn't it? Said completely undeserved and something that you can't conceive of in this day and time happening to you. And he said, yeah. And I said, take that feeling that you have and think about the fact that your best friend is 42 years. I was 42 at times, 42 years old. I feel this every single day. And you won't give me the courtesy of understanding it. Not only do I feel it, I have a 7-year-old and 8-year-old nephew who is the love of my life. And I look at the world and how it will view him. And I get up every day thinking, what part can I do to make this world better? Because I want to leave this world knowing or feeling more comfortable that I will never get that phone call that he was just being him and things went left. And that is something that, Dominick can't fix, Bryan can't fix. But it starts with hearing it and saying, we have to change this.
Just curious now. So now, Ansel, so what we're doing is, as I didn't get a chance to share with you. So we listened to his podcast, which the title is called Uncomfortable Conversations. That's the title of the episode, but the name of the show is called The Great Man Within. So obviously we paused it now, and I wanted to get your insight of what you just heard, and how does that make you feel?
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. So thanks for bringing me to the stage. There's a lot to unpack there.
Mm-hmm.
Being a black man in America, being a black man in general, we experience activities and life happenings that, in my opinion, no other man from no other culture experiences on a day-to-day basis. They made a good point saying, I don't care about how many black friends you have. My job at this point into 2021 is to decipher who is actually genuine. When it comes to white privilege, when it comes to racism, segregation, bigotry, prejudice, et cetera, I want to know who's actually genuine when they say Black Lives Matter. Who is actually genuine when they say, or who is actually genuine when they say they are willing to fight against racism. We can sit here on the internet all the day long, and people can talk until their faces turn blue. But if I cannot genuinely vouch for how you feel, where you stand as a man in the face of racism, I don't want you around. The internet has been a blessing and a curse. It has exposed racism that would not ordinarily be exposed. It has introduced newer levels of quote unquote the cancel culture, where if someone says that they, Black Lives Matter, they get canceled, or if they say that Black Lives Matter, they get a 100,000 followers. I was before my father passed away. He was born in 1946. I said, Dad, compared to now, compared to when you were growing up, what are race relations like? What have things improved? Have things gotten worse? And he said, no, son, things are really just about the same. He said, when he was coming up, there were racist white people and there were cool white people. And it really took me aback because it's true what they say when they say the more things change, the more things stay the same. Now, there's a lot of phony people out there who claim to be genuine, who claim that, Black Lives Matter. And by no means am I trying to be an advertiser for the Black Lives Matter movement. I'm just using that as an example, in just for phrasing purposes. There's a lot of whatever the word is, ingenuine people out there who just want attention. They want to just show the world or show their immediate family and friends and family or followers that, they feel that Black Lives Matter. They're down for the cause. Well, where were those people before Black Lives Matter became a movement? A lot of times we want to cling to what's genuine at the expense of turning a blind eye to hypocrisy. And that is also contributing to, I believe, in the poor mental health of Black men and Black people in America today. We need therapy. That's how I feel. That's what I believe will help us. It is what it is.
You make a good point about the therapy. I'm sorry to interrupt, but you make a good point about therapy because I've pushed back even on that suggestion of therapy. Because I struggle with my own demons as well, and to be transparent with you, at times, my wife has, mentioned, you may want to look into again therapy. That might, you might want to unpack a couple of things that you don't even know that you have that you're dealing with, and that could affect your day to day. And understanding that and dealing with it in a healthy way, in a proper way, can help you. It could be earth shattering. You know what I mean? So I definitely echo that sentiment. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was very passionate. I wanted to I guess co-sign on that, and I'm gonna let you finish your thought.
Oh, not a problem. I actually have been seeing a therapist on a regular basis because of all the things that I'm going through. In addition to racism, I'm also going through a divorce and this issue with visitation with my kids and everything like that. So I definitely need someone to vent to talk to help me work some things out. But when it comes to Black people, when it comes to Black men, we are carrying literally generational traumas. We are carrying with us ancestral malevolence. We are carrying with us the PTSD of slavery, of Jim Crow, of racism, of prejudice. We are carrying with us the fact that the United States government classified Black people as 3/5 human, 3/5 compromised. We are carrying with us the trauma associated with the fact that slavery was legal, was a legal law, quote unquote, in the United States of America. Okay. No other group in the world is dealing with that level of trauma and PTSD and mental health issues, and still we rise. So yes, we we need therapy, but when it comes to like the genuine, who are the genuine allies to the Black community, the non-Black genuine allies in the Black community. One thing that Martin Luther King used to say was Sunday morning is the most discriminated or divided time of the week in America. Why? Because Black people will go to Black churches and the preacher would talk about justice, the lack of justice that's in America, the need for justice in America, and what Jesus and God would want his people to experience, equal justice for all. But in white churches, they don't talk about that. They don't talk about the need to love everybody, the need for change to the legal system so that all people are treated equally all the time. And when it comes to belief systems, when it comes to behavioral patterns and how those behaviors are learned, a large portion of who we are can be contributed to what is talked about where we worship on Sunday morning. And what I mean by that is for those who actually, go to church or believe in a supreme being, a Christian supreme being, what have you. So how can you go to church how can America, those particular Americans, attend church on Sunday morning? Black churches are talking about justice. White churches are not talking about justice. And then Monday morning, a white man and a Black man are working together at work like nothing happened, like nothing's wrong, or one knows what's wrong, the other one refuses to recognize it, refuses to see it, doesn't know what the big deal is, et cetera, et cetera. So, yes, in the podcast, I do agree. I don't care how many followers you have. I don't care how many Black friends you have. I'm a little bit old school. I'm a little bit like my father. I want to know, are you willing to put your life on the line for what is right, for what is just, for what is moral, what is ethical? Are you willing to put your life on the line for equality, racial equality, gender equality? That's what I want to know. And so many people are afraid to admit or to accept or practice being willing to put their life on the line. Because as Black men, as Black people, we don't have a choice. Our life is on the line every day. Just because we're Black. We come out the womb with a target on our backs. Period. Period. Innocent children born every day, children of color, target on the back as soon as they come out the womb. White children do not live that life. So I want to know, if you're genuine, put your money where your mouth is. Are you willing to stand up to the police officer who's got their knee on my throat for no good reason? Are you willing to stand up against a court system, a legal system, that finds the police officers not guilty for shooting an unarmed Black man? That's where we are as a country. And really, and if you want to look at it from a macro perspective, it's, from the outside looking in, it's embarrassing that we would have to have that conversation. That having the conversation of standing up for what is right is quizzical. standing up for what is just is quizzical. It yields enough for a second thought. It causes pause in the mind of what would be an otherwise reputable person. That is the embarrassing part about being Black in America. That there are others who just don't. They're all talk. Black people have been laying their lives down for justice since day one in America. And this might be inflammatory. I don't care. It's someone else's turn to lay down their life for justice. Because Black people have been. How much more life do we need to give? How much more blood do we need to shed?
No.
How much more do we need to fill up the penal system, the jails and the jailhouses and the prisons? How much more do we need to be disenfranchised? How much more? It's someone else's turn.
Thank you, Ansel. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome,
you.
Suzette. Thank you very much for joining us or coming back. Thank you very much for that. I'm not sure if you got a chance to hear what I said earlier. What we were listening to is a podcast that is having the same conversation, and then throughout the podcast, I'm pausing it, and then we're debating what we just heard or sharing our own insights. So Enzo was able to share quite a bit from his personal experience and also his opinion on the current state, and also shared a personal story that his dad shared with us. Wanted to get your insight, and welcome to the stage, Suzette.
Well, thank you for the welcome. I'm still on the plantation myself, so there was some distractions happening as I try to kind of get through the day. And so I just wanted to listen because, as you can imagine, this has been an ongoing experience. I will say that after the previous administration and the shenanigans that ensued from there, I honestly have reached a point where I no longer look for certain actions or validation or even behaviors from non-Black people anymore. I've stopped. I no longer have this optimism or this, naivete that we will see a substantive change in behavior. And to Ansel's point, when we've looked at when significant changes have occurred, when we looked at when there's been significant action, it is always, it's always drafted in the blood of Black people. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm just like, listen, let me find a way to make some money so I can leave this country and let it descend into the cesspit that it will. Because at this point, I don't know what else is expected to be said. 50% of people were clearly invested in this egregious behavior. And so at this point, people are just, I feel that especially the melanin deficient, I'm like, you know what? You've had at this juncture, going on 70 years to get your values right, to recognize the humanity of these other people. How many more decades do you need?
Mm-hmm.
I was taught it only took me not even 3 decades to figure out, let me just treat people like they're human beings and go from there. So at this point, it is willful blindness. You know about the microaggressions, you do them anyway. You know about the economic harm, you do it anyway. You know about the unequal impact of laws and coding and regulation, you've done it anyway. There's no effort to change it. There's no effort to do anything. And then you want me to pat you on your back so you can feel that you are what a fairy princess or a gremlin of equality. I don't understand. So as far as I just kind of go through, because at this point I really don't know what they need to say. I mean, you've seen Black people get killed in the street. You've seen your own people make up situations to use law enforcement as their personal, security detail. You've seen 12-year-olds get shot for playing with toy guns. You've seen ridiculous dress codes and kicking kids out of school because their hair is in braids and all of this. You've seen all this. So what else am I supposed to do for you?
I heard that Caribbean accent just at the end.
and let me tell you, I will tell you, because my people, I do think that there is that Caribbean part of me that's just like, you know what, leave them, let them stay there.
Mm-hmm.
Because how many times, one, I'm not going to continue to beg for acknowledgement of my humanity. I'm not going to do it. So until I hear, I'm like, okay, when I hear different, maybe they can articulate what it is that they need to see to have them check their own racial families and their businesses and their hiring practices and their education and their. But so this is not a question for me. It's not a question for me. I think, like I said, I have reached the point where I have certain stereotypes now that I have just chosen to embrace, because I'm like, it's not worth it. It is not worth my personal and emotional safety to extend and continue to extend grace to people who do not wish to change their behavior in recognition of my humanity and my experience.
No, I wish you could see me, but I'm nodding my head, and I definitely wanted to give you some applause on that and allowing yourself to be vulnerable. So I appreciate that.
You're
Chris,
very welcome.
Chris, and then James. Go right ahead, Chris.
Honestly, I don't know that there's anything I can add to what Ansel and Suzette just said. I'm disappointed to hear that Ansel's father thinks that nothing is different. I mean, I'm obviously younger than his father, so I don't have that perspective. Plus, for the obvious reasons, I also wouldn't have that perspective. But insofar as this country is supposed to be making progress, and it would at best be doing it far slower than it should be, I'm disappointed to hear that it's effectively the same, at least, in that regard. So I don't know. And I witness everything you're saying, Suzette. I don't know how anyone would be able to extend grace to what just continues to be the reality in this country. So I don't know.
No, well, thank you very much for your candor. I appreciate that. James, go right ahead if you have some insight before we go off to Tony.
Yeah, I think that we frequently take for granted the actual knowledge base of stakeholders in this country. I think that the history that is taught in the public school system is somewhat biased. Now, we do represent a small portion of the population, but we do play a large role in this country's history. But that's not reflected in the curriculum. So the actual context behind the sentiments in our nation is often missed. So we can't assume that people have an in-depth understanding of why things are the way they are, particularly people who are not within the Black community, quote unquote, Black community. I think that's the reason why You see somewhat of a bystander apathy. And people, honestly, if they're far removed from Black communities, that's not necessarily reality. Some of the things that they see on TV, they believe that it's media propaganda, things that are just blown out of proportion. Like I said, I haven't really had any of these experiences, but I know they do happen. I'm not oblivious to that fact, but because I'm in the quote unquote Black community, these are conversations that I regularly have. So I am abreast of what's going on outside of my own personal situation. I'm located here in Seattle. I've been out here since the end of 2014. I have noticed a distinct difference in Seattle culture versus other areas that I lived. I've lived many places. And what I often find here,
specifically, can you speak on that is different that you've noticed?
Oh, well, see, for instance, what I've noticed here is that there's often for lack of a better term, a sense of guilt. So, okay, I work in healthcare, and so I come in contact with a lot of people. And there's times where people, who people don't know me initially, patients. And so sometimes there's apprehension. My competence and prudence comes into question initially. Whether or not it's because I'm Black, I can only guess. I don't know. That would be an assumption. But at any rate, sometimes I've met with resistance. I've had some, verbal tirades, to say the least.
Mm-hmm.
And then sometimes the language used by the people are inappropriate. And they have their racial expletives have been used, and I found that people run to my defense, and very apologetic, particularly coworkers, people around. Sometimes people witness situations, and I feel almost overly apologetic, almost a sense of guilt. I don't know, again, I don't have context behind their response because I don't know what goes on in their personal lives. I don't know if maybe they're around people who exhibit the same behavior and they feel this sense of guilt because of that. I don't know. But I will say that out here, I've had more people come to my defense than anywhere else that I've ever been. I've been in Texas. I lived in Texas, and it was, very different. There was nobody that would ever defend somebody who said or did something that obviously was inappropriate. But out here, I see totally the opposite. So that would be my experience.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you very much for that. And perfect handoff to Tony, because Tony currently lives in Texas. So just curious to know what your take is from what you've heard, a few months ago.
Well, definitely, I want to talk about, and I'm going to do air quotes, we as a nation and we are the people.
Mm-hmm.
But let's be clear about who the people are.
Yep.
Because we were brought here for agriculture and textile. So with that being said, I think we got to think about how can we provide access and equality through law. And I believe it was Malcolm X who said, if we pass the right law, we'll never have to pass another law again.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why you keep seeing amendment after amendment after amendment. You think about the 1964 Civil Rights Act, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we gave rights to women, but then we had to go back and amend it to give rights to Black women. So we have a system that is flawed. And until we deal with and dig up the roots of this, we're going to always see these systemic practices in place. The most advice that I can give is to dig in become an advocate, get involved, and know your history.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the key thing. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't actually they don't do that. They don't actually take the time to actually do some research or even educate themselves, and it's and that aspect itself is quite systemic. So I see that we have an addition here. Let me take a look here. We got Mr. Research, aka what's going on, sir? How are we doing? Thank you very much for joining us. He's on the live stream right now, so thank you very much for joining us. Go right ahead, sir.
So, thank
Can
you
you
very
hear
much.
me? It's muted. I don't hear you on your end. So just and one thing I want to ask you, if you are on Clubhouse, you also could join the conversation there. So go right ahead, sir.
Can you hear me?
No, we can't hear you right now, and your mic is not muted. So yeah, I'll let you get your mic situated. No worry about that. Let me actually get back to the podcast, and we'll listen to this section. Then we'll pause it again, and we'll debate what we just heard.
And if we are just part of the movement, we have to do everything we can do. But it has to come from within. There has to be an intention and a purpose, not just because it's the right thing to do.
That sounds awful, to live in a world where you have to know where the door is at any given time. It makes me wonder how, when you feel like that, it's even possible to grow. I think it's the first time, Jay, that when Giovanni said he felt like he's wearing that vest, like weighs 500 pounds more than anything else anybody else has to wear, it's the first time I've actually felt through your story what that might be like in real terms. That sounds awful.
It definitely is. And what's even more awful is that my own mother looked at me and said, I never knew that you felt that way. She goes, I know my friends since I was a kid, between the schools I went to, the profession, like Dominick, I work in financial services. I am literally the one at so many conferences and at so many meetings. I have gotten so used to it that in my mind, I'm like, you know what? You play the hand that you were dealt and you play it the very best that you can. No one knew that I felt that. And it felt like I took off that 500-pound vest by saying that, because I had never even allowed anything other than perpetuating it. And I'm done doing that. I don't know how I'm going to change it, but I'm going to do everything I can. That came from seeing that and looking at my nephew and saying, I owe him to leave this world in a better place than I stepped into it. And God damn it, I'm going to do it however I can.
Yeah. And I will also say, I also always have to see the door, but I was raised that way. Like all the men in my life, we always sat, and so we can see the door. So when I go out with my black friends, my black male friends, we often have the conversation of who's going to sit looking at the door. Or we don't have to have the conversation because I know that he thinks like I do and he's going to have my back. There is no question, right? It's like, you sitting there today, you know what that means, right? Some shit go down. Somebody come in here and I need to run. You fucking tell me first. Right? And so I think the other part of that, I think what we forget is it took a fucking pandemic for the world to realize that there was a fucking race problem. Had we not been in a pandemic, it would have been just another black man who was killed and we would have went on with our lives. It forced white people to stop and say, fuck, there is a problem. When black people have been saying there is a problem all the time, right? And so they say, you're equal. We gave you this opportunity, and it's not about equality, it's about equity. There's a difference because we didn't start from the same place. If you are running a race in track, right? We all start at the same line. Whoever gets there first, who gets there first. How you train is how you train. But equity is you are giving me the resources I need to get to where you are. It's if someone's in a wheelchair and they want to buy a house, we got to make the house wheelchair accessible, equity for them to get in, right? You're giving them the resources that they need to ensure that they have what they need to be successful, to have what.
What do you guys think of what we just heard right now? I'll start with Tony and then go clockwise. Chris, James, and then Suzette. Go ahead, Tony.
There's no better way to sum that up. I think it's key that we distinguish the difference between equality and equity. So he said it pretty on point that, we don't all start at the same place. So we can easily say you have the opportunity to pull yourself up by the bootstraps, but what if you don't have any damn boots? So
yeah, I guess you're right. That does happen sometimes, right? You may not have the resources for that matter. So yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Chris, what do you think about what you just heard?
Well, yeah, absolutely. The equality equity distinction is critical. It reminds me of someone years ago who would say, well, why didn't they just go to college? And it's like, well, it's not equally easy for everybody to go to college. So stop saying that. The other major thing that struck me about that was, and again, this comes from my perspective, the notion of having to sit and think about the door and who might be coming through it. That is horrifying to me that any human would have to live that way. But it also creates, it seems obvious to me anyway, that it creates an additional drain, probably mentally, emotionally, and so on. I mean, I'm listening, so I'm open to hearing what that experience is. But that's just it's not how humans should be. It's not the world I want to live in.
Yeah, very true. Thank you for sharing. James, go right ahead.
I think one of the issues, obviously there's that argument of equal outcome versus equal opportunity. But even when it comes to equal opportunity, you can't undo certain things that have already been done. So it's very hard to create an even playing field when there's just so many deep set sentiments pervasive in our culture. Negative stigmas associated with being Black. These are things that are actually worldwide. So I guess the issue then becomes, what exactly is our role? We can't really control what other people do. We can't expect people to actually do things for our benefit. Number one, from the standpoint of populations, we represent a small portion of the population. So when we talk about the argument that, or maybe an analogy of making a home wheelchair accessible, what percentage of the population, or better yet, what percentage of home buyers need a house that's wheelchair accessible? So if you create a home that's wheelchair accessible, and maybe you've created equity for the demographic searching for wheelchair accessible homes, but for other people who don't need wheelchair accessible homes, you haven't added value. You've only poured resources into something, but you don't see a return on that investment. So when people look at particular demographics and whether or not they should do things that cater to a particular demographic or make things equal or more accessible for a particular demographic, the question becomes, what's the actual return on the investment if that demographic represents a smaller portion of the population, whereas you can do something more general that more appeals to the masses, and for you there's a greater return. So what I think people have to do is we have to realize, number one, is not what have you done, is what have you done for me lately. There's no question to what Blacks have contributed to this country. But the question is, what have you done? What have Blacks done lately? And can you actually contextualize that. And the way you contextualize your contribution is you stop contributing. And you make people feel that void. But that requires a level of collectiveness and say, we're going to actually say we're going to not, that quote unquote cancel culture. We're going to stop supporting these businesses that don't look out for the best interests of our community. But you have to be on one accord, and there has to be leadership that isn't consistently compromised. You have quote unquote leaders in the community, but their ethic and moral fiber comes into question because some of the activities make us wonder just how compromised are they. So I think, instead of looking at other groups, we really got to look within ourselves and say, what do we have to do to make people understand that our needs matter? You can't just march and you can't just, vote your way out of it. You have to actually, you have to actually put it in financial terms. When people see their returns on investments diminish, that's when they take notice. You have to put money behind things. That's just the way this country works. I mean, obviously in an ideal society, people would just do the right thing. But unfortunately, we don't live in the ideal society. So you have to have, and then individually, not even you could take the wealthiest Black person in the country or in the world. But by themselves, that's not enough. There has to be a collective effort to actually put resources behind what you want from the government, from your country, from your fellow Americans. That's just my opinion.
No, that was that was quite a bit to unpack. So I appreciate you sharing your thoughts on that. And when you're saying some of the leaders, your local leaders, and following them and having them to make the right decisions and making sure that they're not compromised, are you suggesting that even though we might have some Black leaders in the community, essentially they might be telling you one thing, but they're really doing something on the back end? They're just almost like it's like window dressing. Is that what you're implying?
Not only that, that's been going on for quite some time, but now I would say more recently, and I say more recently, maybe this has happened before my time, but I can only speak on my lifespan. But it seems like more recently, people who are vocal, people that have the platform that's to speak on behalf of African Americans, generally speaking, are entertainers. Totally different class. Their financial trajectories are distinctly different. Their outlook and perspectives on lives are distinctly different. I don't think they relate with the typical Black American, but yet they have a voice. And I think that's part of the problem. People, I don't want to castigate people because some people are actually putting forth a genuine effort to change, but even though their heart's in the right place, really you should be enlisting somebody with some sort of knowledge, or at least the willingness to seek out knowledge. Like some people, even if you have some sort of introspection, take the time to really think about things and plot things out instead of just making certain suggestions and not really looking at the outcome of these suggestions. Looking past today and tomorrow, but looking, 100, 200, 300, 400 years into the future, what is the trajectory for the quote unquote Black community look like if your plan was enacted? Mm-hmm. Does it benefit the collective, or does it just benefit you or people like you, people in your financial situation? So that's what I mean when I said.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much for sharing that. Suzette, go right ahead and let me know if you have it. I'm sure you have an opinion on what you just heard.
Y'all are generous, good souls. But I got to tell you,
Well, sometimes you have to, the only way that I feel that the only way that there's going to be any progress, I don't care what topic it could be. I mean, literally, it could be literally any topic under the sun. But
mhm.
specifically what we're talking about today, you have to be vulnerable. You have to open up and being honest. And that's the only way that I feel there's any growth anywhere. And that's why Enzo mentioned earlier that he was vulnerable, and he shared that he was going to therapy to go through to deal with what he's been going through for a good chunk of his life. So the same thing. This is could be considered a quasi therapy, if you want to say. It's not the same, obviously, but you still have an opportunity to open up and talk to a perfect stranger, which essentially is similar to a therapist. So go right ahead, Suzette.
So the irony of that is you're speaking to a former therapist.
Oh wow, look at that. That's
So,
ironic. So go ahead, give us your diagnosis.
so, so the thing, one of the basic premises of therapy and change management is that in order for change to occur, it has to be desired, right?
Mm-hmm.
That you have to want to change, that you have to be at a place where your current experience, your current existence is not meeting some kind of need. And that gives you the internal motivation to do the work that you would need to do to see effective change. Where does anyone here see any indications that the majority of the population in these United States want to change?
Now, okay, so what's your definition of change? Maybe that could be a best way to probably answer that question.
Okay, so in order for us to have socioeconomic change, right? To if we were to look at where Black people are from a health perspective, financial perspective, political, and et cetera, and all these scales of wellness, right? In that there are regulations and institutions and processes that need to be in place in order to redress gaps, in order to increase skill set, increase internal resources, all those kinds of things, right? You need those things in order to take a population from point A to move them to point B. The people who have either platforms or resources or power or influence that could do anything to substantially change those things so that we can see this type of change within the population, I do not see any of those people having a concerted effort to want to initiate change. So because of that, it makes it very difficult for me to believe. And it kind of echoes what the gentleman just said. Like we have these pundits and these people who have influence because of money they've made from entertainment or whatever the case may be. And while it does do my heart good to see that more and more, instead of attempting to negotiate from within these systems, you're seeing Black artists, Black creatives, Black people choosing to build their own research, to say, you know what, fine, you don't want me at your table? Let me go look for some wood, see if I can't build, build a table, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I look at that and I feel that it is a better use of my resources, my skill set, my ambitions, and whatever power and influence that I may have to help with the building of that table. Because I do not see the ethical or moral imperative that would guide the people who could shape these institutions to doing the things that would change that. For example, in the state of California, if you go to a hospital that is licensed by the state, and any of the providers, nurse, CT tech, phlebotomist, doctor, whoever, any of the staff, if they think that your injury was related to or the result of a crime or abuse, they are mandated to involve local law enforcement and to give your protected health information so that they can do with it as they will. Knowing, seeing, having the evidence of what involving law enforcement in the results happen, right? The fact that that's still the law and still mandated and still are, and hospitals are still compelled to do it is ridiculous. Especially when the people who are the ones making this determination, do we really even got to examine whether they have implicit biases or stereotypical beliefs or racist or prejudicial beliefs that would influence who it is that they report and how they report it?
No, I mean that's a mic drop moment right there. I mean, I think that we already, unfortunately, I mean, we know exactly those are the challenges that we deal with, and it's almost to the point that sometimes you just like you chuck it up like, okay, this is how things are. It is what it is. I'll open it up here to the stage. Before we do that, I have a gentleman that's on that got connected on to the discussion via YouTube, and I have him now in the discussion, or I have him in the panel, and I'd like to see if I could get him have an opportunity to share his insights and his thoughts. So, Merci, let me know if I can hear you. Go right ahead, sir.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me? My circle should be vibrating right now. So I am speaking. Hopefully you can hear me.
I see. Let me ask you this, Tony. Do you hear Merci?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay, you can hear him fine? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I think
I don't hear him on my end, but I'll let him continue because I don't hear him on my end.
You're probably the only one that can't hear me.
No, I hear you now. My bad. Go right ahead.
You can hear me.
I have to raise the volume. Go ahead. Let me ask you this, Tony. Do you hear Merci? My bad. Go ahead.
No problem.
Yes, I can hear.
Let me qualify. So my name is Mercier. I've been co-financed for years. 5 states, 4 different states. Let me talk about most people have not spoken of. Let me get away from the outside people and talk about it. So earlier you guys talked about it, Latin. One of these problems that we have is around black son. Black son, unfortunately, are the fourth person in the family. Black sons, this economic employment, they find themselves with no adversary. The EEO proves that. Look at the number for the past 30 years. With all of us black people graduating college, doctor, our EEO for black son should not be that high. This is something we talk about amongst black people. When we have diversity and inclusion, once again, it seems that it helps black son. When we overall, the black son losing their opportunity short, and then they other measures to try to make ends meet. That's a fail on the black culture, especially when other culture embrace or uplift black sons. Latino have machismo. Italians have similar to that. Portuguese have similar to that. Jews have something. But for black Americans, they leave the board out to figure it out themselves. even when the diversity in situation. Let me share something real quickly. So there was a time I moved back to California 5 years ago. Like I said, been for a while. 5 certifications. Someone saw my resume and they were amazed. Now this was where the diversity inclusion comes in. The person was the Latin lady information. Oh, we would love to have you, so on and so forth. Well, we can only pay. I'm like, no problem. This is 8 minutes of my house. No worries. The person who looked like me, who was above her, saw my information. They said, oh, we can't. I think you could do better. This is the fourth time this happened in my life. Someone is thinking in regards to we can't have diversity and when people are God's self and not going through the process of HR should. That's become problematic within the Black community itself. Before we speak about people, my last two through my life, it's been non-Black to fight against Black people to push me through advancement. That's a Black people, and that's a Black problem. The educated college class needs to fit. Not just for but the guys that before me got frustrated and just settled your hands down, or the guys before me who came from a union environment, and now we've created all these human resources, these systems to try to not get the guy who has the heart. That's a internal problem. So I just want to internal, because so many people talking about the people. What about the inside who have graduated, have position, and you have in your role that you brought that? Me personally, I hired Black guys. This is my job. Because I'm the only my hospital. No other Black guy. And quite ironically, I asked for to be on the inclusion team, but I'm not allowed. Being the only Black guy building. So these are we and I will say the CFO, the Black woman in charge of resources is Black. It doesn't have to be me, but it has to be somebody. So before we talk about these outside forces, as we've been talking about for a couple of hours, gotta be honest about the inside Black people, not pulling at all.
Merci, thank you, sir. I apologize. We were hearing, if you want, you could take a look at the private chat. You can see we were having a little bit of some trouble hearing you. We did hear you, but it was coming in and out in waves. But thank you. We got a good core of what you shared earlier. Now I got Deb with us right now, the red hair She-Hulk, and I'm curious to know, Suzette, before I bring Deb, were you able to hear, Suzette, what Merci had to say? Because I know you're on Clubhouse. So I was curious to know if the audio managed to get to you.
No, it's radio silence.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry about that. I apologize for that.
Don't worry.
Yeah, no.
No worries. I'm multitasking.
Okay, good. Yeah, so now I have while you multitask, I'm gonna bring Deb on the line, but she's on our live stream right now, which is on YouTube, LinkedIn, and also Facebook. And I'm going to see what, Deb, I'm not sure how much you've listened to, but how this got started is a podcast called The Great Man Within. Definitely recommend anyone that's watching this now live and replay to subscribe to the channel. Or to the podcast. The topic that I chose to talk about was on a podcast that they had most recently called Uncomfortable Conversations with Black Men. Now, we've been listening to the podcast, and then in between, we have actually, paused the discussion from time to time to get some insight on that. So that's what we've been doing. Now, what I'm going to do is before we continue, I'm going to play some of the podcast so we could get some more of the show, and then we could get some more insight. So give me one moment, guys.
You have the access to. And people think, oh, well, I gave you a SVP job, but you didn't give me the resources I need to be successful. You just gave me a job to say, look at our numbers. The diversity has changed. Whenever I interview for jobs, I always say, well, what are you going to do to set me up to be successful? And they can't answer the question. And I go, well, this isn't the place for me because you don't know, right? You just wanted this like Black man or BIPOC person, because that's our new term, which I hate with the passion, right? Like you want this BIPOC person to say, yes, I accept that. I accept what you're giving me and I will work hard, right? Because one thing I know is that when you give a person an opportunity, I will say me, I will say Jay, because he works hard as hell as well. I won't speak for all people. I'm going to do my damn job, and I'm going to do it well. And it's going to make you look good. What's in it for me, right? I'm not interested in just serving you anymore. What is in this for me?
Marcus, I like this concept of equity where, like, yes, the job and the resources. And I like the concept of I don't want to sit at the table. I want to build the table with you. I'm curious. I'm afraid of what the answer might be here, Marcus. But the question is anybody doing this well right now? Is there anybody out there that you could look at, whether it's an organization or even an individual, that you're like, they've got it. This makes sense.
I need everyone to go to SpaceOnRider, SpaceOnRyder.org. I want you to look at their action plan. In the midst of Black Lives Matter, I want you to look at everything that they said they're going to do. Because here's what they said. We are going to do this. This is who is in charge of it. This is how you can hold us accountable. In their job descriptions, they have taken out like education. Because education don't mean you can do the damn job, just mean you got a degree. That's what it means. It means you got a degree. Like, why do you need a bachelor's degree to be an administrative assistant? That makes no fucking sense. So what have you just done? You've said to Black women, because normally women are assistants, that like, you don't belong here.
Marcus, I'm going to link that in the show notes because the action plan, and I love what you said there about this is what our plan is and this is how you hold us accountable. Like that second part is something that's been missing
Suzanne,
from
if you
a lot
can,
of these
if you could
conversations.
mute your
I want to add
end,
that in
please.
there, and I'll put that in the show notes. One of the other resources that I want to offer up for white people that has helped me to understand the experience that both of you men talked about with the door and your back and like who's got it. I read the book by Ta-Nehisi Coates called Between the World and Me. You know, it's basically like a book that he's written for his son, I think who's like 7 or 8 years old, and kind of preparing his young Black son for what the world looks like. You know, one of the key messages I took from that book was, as a Black man, your body doesn't belong to you, right? Like your body is constantly in danger and threat of, you know, if like you're Trayvon Martin, you know, walking around with like your Skittles in Arizona, or Arizona iced tea, you may be threatened. If you're someone who gets pulled over by cops, like your body's threatened. So it brought the new sense of awareness to me around the daily existence of non-safety, like a Black man feels or can feel living in this country. So I would highly recommend that. I'm going to link that book in the show notes. And one more thing that I want to dive into a little bit deeper here before we have to wrap this conversation is something that, Jay, you said in kind of passing, but I think is extraordinarily important. You said that there's one of your friends who cannot see beyond his own experience. And this is huge. Like a man who's constantly got, you know, but what about, but that's not been my experience, or, I grew up in this environment, I didn't see racism, or I don't see race, I don't see differences, I don't see color. But what about? What is it for someone who is unwilling to see beyond his own experience, or has been incapable of that to this point, to step off his own stage? Bryan, this is like Eric Maddox, the interrogator who captured Saddam Hussein. He said that like one of the most critical tools he was able to use in influencing someone else was to step off his own stage, to get out of his own world, and then to actually go into the world of someone else, which allowed him to build trust and rapport so he could understand that other human. How do you guys, have you found it effective? Like, what tools have you found effective in getting a man who can't see beyond his own experience to start to open up and be like, oh, okay, I can hear you differently now? Because we want to be those people who can see beyond our own experiences, but also to lead other men to see outside of what they've experienced so far in their lives.
Honestly, unfortunately, it's rare, and it takes a lot of time. A friend of mine, actually, he's a white guy, he calls it white-splaining, and I had never really used that term. That's what it always comes down to. I have an example, just talking politics, with everything that went on, the January 16th, everything that went on. A friend of mine was saying, I can't believe this happened. And I said, really? I go, you people have been doing this for centuries when you don't get your way. And I said, think of George Wallace, a guy who I was Facebook friends with, actually came on and rationalized and explained how George Wallace changed his tune after he was shot and paralyzed. And it was at that moment I said, you know what? If you can sit here and make somebody like George Wallace, make it seem like it's okay that he called for segregation forever because he found Jesus after he was shot and paralyzed, you are a lost cause. This is the first one of those guys. He's the first people to say, I don't see color. Yet if I say something that disagrees with him, he goes off the rails. What it comes down to, Dom, is a person really has to be able to say two words that people don't like to see. I'm wrong. Someone has to see where they're not right and has to be willing to say, I'm going to take the criticism from you so long as you will then tell me or help show me where I need to take my thinking to change my ways. Like Marcus, I'm sick of being your teacher. Like I'm sick of telling you what to do. It's a journey I'm willing to go on with you. But it has to come from within your heart, and you have to actually want to change, and you have to be able to realize where you're wrong. For my friend I mentioned, who had the experience of being called out on something based solely on his race, I can't say that it changed him, but I think that experience finally gave him a taste of, wow, some fucked up shit. And it's like, oh, okay, maybe my black friends aren't making this up. Maybe they're not exaggerating and being dramatic. Because I'll tell anybody, you really think I get up every day saying, I can't wait to go out and cry to the world that because I was born black, I don't get my fair shake? You meet me for 2 minutes, you know that all I want to do is get up, live, love, and be fashionable while doing so. Maybe they're not. That's my goal every day.
You're kind of nailing it, Jay. Just from an outsider's perspective, you're kind of nailing that.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. But I want to be able to do that, and I don't want to be given my fair shake. I earn my fair shake. I want my respect. You know, as they say, put some respect on my name. And until white men particularly, because white women get it more so than white men. That's been my experience. Until white men realize, you know what? I don't have to give up my power so that this black man can have power. There's enough for us to go around, because I'm not going to be good at things that he's at. He's not going to be things I'm good at. Me personally, I don't want to be around people I'm holding down, because if you're beneath me, it's only a matter of time before you're dragging me down there with you. I got time for that. So I'm trying to empower you so that we can all go out and take this world together. That is where more white men need to get to. You having power doesn't mean I don't.
Great. I think that, Jay, you said something that like I'm going to go back to is like white men have to get used to being uncomfortable and know that it's okay to be uncomfortable. Like it's quite okay to be uncomfortable. And it's quite okay not to know. Stop pretending that you know everything because I don't need you to save me.
Yes.
I don't need you to save me. I'm okay. I got this. I've been doing this a long time. Right? And when white people come to me and want to talk about things, I ask them this one question. I say, what are you willing to sacrifice for my freedom? And that doesn't mean that I'm not free, because I'm very free. But like, you have to be willing to sacrifice something in order for me to say, okay, what are you willing to give up? And when we talk about like the police, I was in Little Silver, New Jersey. Little Silver, is that a place? Yeah. That's a place.
Yeah, it sounds like a place.
It sounds like a place. I was in Little Silver visiting one of my friends who happens to be a white man. And I followed him in my car to go somewhere else. I told him, I said, I guarantee you the cops is going to stop me because I don't belong here. 90 seconds later, after following him, the blue lights came on and they stopped me. My family programmed me like when a cop stops you, you get everything out. You don't need them to look in your car. You have your registration, your ID out, right? Like I have the whole thing in process, right? Like it was all there. So my friend gets out of the car because he stops and he walks towards my car while the police is walking towards my car. And I go, that's fucking white privilege.
Yeah, getting out of your car and walking to a cop car.
You were able to get out of your car and not get shot. And so like, I say, I want the police to treat me like a white man. Treat me like you treat the white man because we all pay taxes, right? But you don't see that because you've been programmed to think that I'm threatening. If we want to like go down to the purest form of it, everything black is seen as dark and wrong. White is seen as purity and cleanliness. We've been programmed to think that white is the norm for a very long time because it's purity, it's clear, it's serene. And until we like understand that, like black people have been called colored, black, the N-word, Negro, African-American, everything. And I've been the same complexion my whole life. When I get mad, I don't turn red. When I die, I don't turn purple. I stay the same brown skin complexion, right? It's like, accept me. And when you say you don't see race, I tell people, fuck you.
Yeah, Marcus, like both you and Jay were on that one around like the person who says, I don't see race, and you're like, fuck you. Why is that your reaction?
Fuck you because you're telling me that I don't deserve to be seen. You're telling me that like my whole existence does not matter to you. You don't see me. You don't want to understand me. You don't want to know my experience. You want to be comfortable. And I don't have fucking time for that. Because I'm black. Blackity black, black, black.
Tell you this one. See, right. So I'm that's gonna be there's about a minute left of the show. So at this point, just like outtakes. I want to get Suzette's. I see already Suzette. I see Suzette already took a mute off, so she's ready to talk. But Suzette, I want you to give your insight of what you just heard, and afterwards, what I'm gonna do is afterwards, I'm gonna close this room on Clubhouse, and then I'm going to continue it on the live stream because to make sure I can hear my dude Mercy. So go ahead, Suzette. I know everyone can hear you, so go right ahead.
That's some motherfucking bullshit. White women are the downfall of America. White women are vicious and duplicitous in a way that is almost soulless. Okay.
Do you have? Let me ask you this. I'm not defending it. I'm just curious to know where's that coming from? Do you have something personal experience or?
You can't be a black woman. You can't be black working in healthcare and not work around white people.
Yeah.
Like by the very nature of its existence, you're surrounded by the white women. You encounter the white men in certain departments and when you reach certain levels of leadership, but your day-to-day, it's all white women. I have worked with them. I live around them. I see them every day. I see their behavior. I see how they act. I see how they do. And I'm like, it is amazing to me, the presumption of innocence that white women continue to get despite their active and ingrained history of bad behavior and current bad behavior. They lie and cause people to die. They drop tears at work so you could be fired. Let me tell you something. I have never had a white man come into an HR meeting with me and say how he feels intimidated. I've just never had that happen. I've never had him drop tears because I sent an email asking for a deliverable that was a week and a half late. I have just never seen white men do that. So I find it very interesting to hear Black men and their focus on white men as though those same white men do not have active agents, people who are actively supporting, that go to a depth of deception and disingenuousness that even white men don't go to. How many videos have we seen of white men calling the cops because they had some kind of encounter with a Black person?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's endless.
How many people have stories of let me tell you something. I have like a Coca-Cola bottle full of white tears. I feel like that it keeps my hair curly and my skin clear because the amount of bullshit that white women engage in. These are the women who would lie to give white men the excuse to go into our areas to lay waste. And they still do it now. You know, I like to say, I'm like, you know what? A white man, he might want to sexually harass me, but at least I'll stay employed, because white women will sexually harass me and still try to get me fired. I just don't understand it. I wish I knew. I wish I could figure out what it is that these women wash with, or what they do, why it is that they get to. The woman who lied and caused Emmett Till to be murdered, she waited until her deathbed to say, oh yeah, I know he was a kid and I lied, but you know. The hell you mean? When I look at all I don't see color. It's always white women with their little pink pussy hats, when they only seem to remember that they have ovaries, when white men do not kowtow to the demands, or when Black men don't kowtow to the demands that they make. That's when all of a sudden, oh my gosh, it sucks to be a woman. Fuck you. You know, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, because I'm like, when you look at HR departments across America, those are not white men.
Mm-hmm.
When we look at who's writing the job description, yeah, those are not white men. When we look at who's in the schools who are actively diagnosing our children as disciplinary problems and as conduct disorder instead of ADHD or any a neurologically atypical diagnosis, you know who's doing that? White women. Your schools of social work, your schools of nursing, when you look at all these, yeah, it's white women. So now that's not to say that white men are not on some fuck shit, because they are. I just say throw all of them into the pool together. Just put them all in the same pool. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
Well, no, you said that's not what you're saying. You said a mouthful. What are you talking about? Well, this is what I'm gonna tell you. I got my dude Mercy. He's chomping on the bits because he's like he wished that you was on YouTube or Facebook or LinkedIn because he wanted to you know probably have a debate with you or have share his point of view on it because you cannot hear him. That's the thing is that
That is true.
Yeah, because he's connecting via YouTube, but I gave him a link to actually join the discussion. So he's on the panel and he can see it. Oh, he said it's not debate. He just wanted to have a discussion with you, medical discussion. You know what I mean? From a from a black man's point of view. That's
Absolutely.
what it is. Yeah, so that's really what it was. But it's unfortunate he's not connected on Clubhouse. So now I wanted to give you one more opportunity before I close the room here, and then I'll continue with the gentleman on the live stream. Did you have anything else to add other than the mouthful that you just shared?
No, I think I've given subjects to pontificate upon.
Yes, you
I
did.
am sure.
You surely did.
So but yeah, there is. I am. The amount of influence and active maliciousness that we attribute to one gender and not the other is very interesting. And I think that for conversations from Black men, I really hope that they begin to look at that because it really does a disservice because it sometimes feels almost like they don't see the enemy lying in wait who is just looking for the opportunity to say that, to weaponize her femininity, because that's what white women do. They weaponize their white femininity and they use it very effectively. So, when we're talking about those things and we're talking about making places psychologically safe, when we talk about equitable healthcare, we talk about healthcare disparities and the outcomes that are different, look at who the gatekeepers are and hold all of the gatekeepers accountable. Because this absolution that white women receive, I can't co-sign on that. Not when I see them in the pictures cheering and smiling at the lynching parties. Sorry.
No, I get what you're coming from. I mean, you obviously you have a perspective on that, so I can definitely understand, so I get that, Yeah, and Mercy, yeah, I'm actually my mother was Spanish, my father is Italian, so yeah, I check off European, reluctantly, but because Mercy was asking me where I was from. He's like, he's looking at me like, I can tell this dude is from color, but this dude ain't no black mofo. So that's what he's thinking now. I'm just messing with you, Mercy. So I appreciate that. I thank you very much for your point of view. I just followed you on Clubhouse and definitely want to see if in the future we can have some other discussions. So I definitely welcome that.
I would love to.
Yeah, and when you follow me, let's connect on LinkedIn if you have a profile there.
I absolutely do.
Okay, perfect. Please do. No, and mind you, Mercy, she cannot hear you, but did you want me to share something for her?
Yes, please. Just share that one of the reasons guys don't have that experience because time the white lady is defending us against
against who?
Black people.
Okay. I don't think she's gonna want to hear that.
You'll be surprised what I want to hear because
no. She said I'm gonna paraphrase what he said, but he says that sometimes certain white women do defend the black people, even the black men for that matter. So
and that's very true. I'm sure there are white men who have done amazing things. I mean, but the exception only proves the rule.
Yeah. No, I understand. Mind you, I've been on both sides of that. I've been on sides that I felt that, you know, that the white woman, the white man might have had their own opinion, and they had, they had their own agenda. But at the same time, I've been in scenarios that, the person of color did not stand up for me. Or
absolutely.
Yeah, so I've been.
There's a lot of cowards out there. There are a lot of cowards out there, and I don't. The same lack of grace that I give is the same accountability I hold my people to. Because I've been also in situations where I'll see other Black leaders, in the healthcare space, and they see the fuckery, and they are active participants in it because they're so afraid of standing by and holding the truth to be accountable. And those kinds of cowards, I have even less respect, because at a certain point, white people are a reflection of who and what they are, their culture, their experiences, how they were raised, these years of institutions and media and all of those things. But for you to be in the trenches, for you to be in the dirt with us, and you're going to sit there and let these things happen and not call it out and not look out and protect your own, not even attempt to intervene, to change those things. There's a special place in hell for that type of cowardice.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, I wouldn't here.
No. Well, Suzette, I appreciate you sharing your insight on that, and I'm sure we'll connect at a later time.
Absolutely. Have a wonderful night. And I'm going to see if I can find y'all online, but if I don't, I will see you again on Beyonce's internet.
And mind you, exactly. When you connect with me on LinkedIn, you'll be able to see Mercy, and you'll be able to connect with them also via
awesome.
Yeah, via YouTube. And if not, you just send me a DM, and I'll send you a link to his page.
Sounds excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marcella.
You're welcome. You have a good one.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right, guys. So now we left the Clubhouse right now, and we're as you and I here, guys. So I'm curious to know now, what's your take? I mean, and I know that I sent you something via private chat, so that's just between you and I. We'll talk about that offline. Yeah, but continue on with what you guys said. Go ahead, Mercy.
Let me
Yeah, go ahead.
You might want to turn the volume. But
I hear you. Yeah.
Sometimes do.
Yeah. I got you all good right now.
30 seconds.
No, go. I'll give you an extra 30 seconds. Go ahead. 1 minute.
Is because national guy. When I was 19. When I talk about black experience, sometimes USA people understand how fertilized and cultivate the sun in other cultures. Maybe not but way than the U.S. The boy is full in his family. The father to the boy, mom comes, daughter comes, I come third, you come fourth. Totally different in Latin, Portuguese, Russian, Chinese. Totally different. We're the only one. So many times, I'm not just my perfect experience. I'm talking about men I've seen outside of myself, including. So in medical, some of our ladies are very anti-black. And when you see guys who work in lower levels, the first thing they say, man, I ain't man, it's much of a headache. And part of that is too, because our own people who look like us or African tend to be the most anti-black people. But echo.
I just got a request to try to fix your echo. I'm trying to see if I can change it on my end. But all right, continue.
But it's real weird. The guy who don't like black people, right guy, he will fight for you harder than most black people. Just on the fact that you're showing you want to work and you about quality.
Yeah,
I've had actual racist talking guys fight against black people. Not for me.
No.
Help other black people he didn't like. That got to be fixed. When a black person is telling you, well, you don't meet the criteria, and blah blah blah. And here's this. I was in a Teamster unit. Here's this guy who cracks jokes about black people about lunchtime all the time, walking into an office of mostly black people, saying no, he's a hard worker. He has no write-ups. You guys need to promote him because I put that in. That boggles the mind. But it does happen. So the college degree black people who like to tout they're educated gotta figure out how they're all graduating these black colleges. But the EEOC still has black men being hired as the lowest in the entirety of the U.S.
And now I gotta ask Tony. I guess that was his mic drop right there. Now let me ask you this now, Tony. I mean, I think Coach Erica said that your face was priceless. So what's your take on what Mercy said?
There's a couple things that I agree with. And now we talk about the education system. That's a whole nother show, right? So one of the things I want to talk about is the amount of black men that are actually being hired. So when we look at the system right now, unfortunately, we make up 13% of the population. 52% of males are incarcerated. So when we look at those statistics, it's easy to say that they are least amount hired. And when we say that, there's the least amount hired in white collar jobs. Now, on the other hand, let's just talk about putting the bow on it, as we say. But the only way that we can do this is continue dialogue and education. Once we get dialogue, get the education, then we need to put action behind it. I'm very action-oriented. I believe in execution with excellence. And I think the more that we can educate our community, then the better that we can see changes that are to come. You know, we're working on certain things and projects that I'm even working on is around the education system. You might have seen my little sign or my profile picture, but that has to do with a Chicago Coalition After Accidents, and it's called Fred Hampton Chapel. So what we're doing is we are representing the 82 to 99 shots that were shot at Fred Hampton in 1979. And what we are actually doing from February 12th to February 28th, we are actually investing in black-owned things. or we're actually buying stock with black on stickers. So things and things like this, it's the only way that we can see progress. If we continue to wait on the system or the laws, we're going to be left behind. I read a study by the Pewter Institute the other day, and we're saying we're making all of this progress, but it says the rate that we are on, that it will take 108 years for equality to happen. Now you let that sink in.
Yeah, I when you say that, that echoes with me. I do recall listening to a piece that referenced that, and it is mind-boggling to think that it could take that long. But mind you, but that's given considering that change is, in this case, systemic. I mean, like it's actually moving, it's happening, not, it's almost like you start that car, and it's like an old car and it's, it's raggedy and you just go, that's, you are moving, you are actually trying to make change and you try to implement change, but you're actually not moving. But then eventually you get the car started, and that's what it feels like that we're at right now. The car has started, we are moving, right? But there's two things you got to consider. You have to have a destination in mind. You have to have proper GPS. You have to have good leadership. And then lastly, you have to continue to put fuel in that vehicle, because if you don't, eventually you're going to run out of gas. And so you have to have all these pieces in place to make sure that this is not just rhetoric. Because right now, I'm going to say, I generally don't discuss this on social media, but it was something that came on my feed and in my podcast that I subscribe to. And so I was curious to have a discussion on this topic. And I bounced the idea with my wife. I said, hey, what do you think? So she actually asked me, I think I mentioned this earlier about 3.5 hours ago. I brought up this and I said that my wife asked me, hey, what are you thinking about doing? What's the topic for this Thursday? And I told her the different ones that I was thinking about. And I brought it up. And when I mentioned that I was considering this topic, she lit up. She's like, wow, that's quite compelling. Tell me more about it. And I say that because she, everybody got their own passion project, and cocktails with Chello, coffee with Chello, things that I do online is mostly my thing, because it's more about a personal branding. All right, my wife is in corporate America, and she has nothing to do with what I do here. But when I mentioned that, her interest level was, in the stratosphere, so much so that I felt compelled to actually start playing the podcast so she could hear the intro, so she could get a gist of what we were going to discuss. I do want to be clear is that at that point, I did not listen to the podcast. The title piqued my interest. And then I decided, okay, this is something I want to learn more about. I want to have a dialogue around, and I want to invite other people to join me on this topic, so I could learn more about it and provide a platform for other people to share their thoughts. So that's how this came about.
Well, job well done.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Mercy, we're about to wrap up at this point. This is I want to, and people that know me, and Martin is not here right now, but people that know me, I have been known to have marathon shows. Like, if you watch the beginning of the show, my shows generally have last 3.5 to 3 hours and 47 minutes. So we have eclipsed that. This is officially the longest Cocktails with Chello show. We're at 3 hours and 50 minutes, so we're right at the epicness of 4 hours. So, Mercy, thank you very much for connecting with me on YouTube. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts there. I'm glad that you managed to come on and share your insights. And you're more than welcome to connect with me on LinkedIn if you haven't done already, and subscribe obviously to my channel so we can stay connected there. I wanted to give you an opportunity to share your parting thoughts, and then I'll go over to my co-host, which is Tony. Go ahead, Mercy.
Anybody that wants to talk human resource, contact me.
Yeah, how can they reach you?
Email is in the private chat.
Okay, and let me see here. I'm gonna look at the private chat so I can actually put it in the public chat. So give me 1 second. What's the name of your business?
So I work for a major hospital. But I work for a major hospital.
Okay.
And I do all of the financial billing and coding.
Got you. Okay. And before I go to Tony, did you the people that might be listening to this here, they might be asking themselves, I'm not sure if Mercy is right for me. Like, so can you share with the folks that are listening, what is your ideal client? Who do you like to work with?
So I'm all about working with people who see the bigger international picture. We have to get away from the concept of all inclusive. Because unfortunately, this skin that we're in gets seen by the planet as one way.
Mm-hmm.
If you're Sri Lankan, if you're Cambodian, if you're dark-skinned Japanese, it gets seen as one way. So for us, we have to understand there is something more important than get the bag. There is a power structure that needs to happen so that everybody can economically afford to fight back. This is the problem with everything we see on the news. Most people are not economically in a place to fight back because of choices they are forced to survive. We who have made it have to stop giving ourselves back and start judging ourselves like they did in the Victorian age of how many people have you pulled up into your circle.
I like that. And I think that alone, and I get just that definitely requires an applause. I definitely can understand coming from your perspective, or even not even your perspective, just the people that we're talking to and talking about and getting their point of view. I think that there's a lot of rhetoric, there's a lot of dialogue back and forth, but there's no action. So essentially, that's what you're saying. You know what I mean? Yeah, we could talk till we blue in the face, but when are you going to make an action? And I think that you don't have to think that tomorrow you're going to change the world. Tomorrow you're not going to employ 20 people. It could be something as simple as if you're catching a bus and you see somebody that needs help, and you're in the bus there, and offer some assistance. Or if you it could be even tomorrow at work, at your job, you're working for the major corporation, and you have you see somebody that a new employee that comes on, and you see that he or she is struggling. Offer your hand.
Most of us as black boys, we would be happy with the world. But what I learned is from the European. Familia. Stick together. Family.
Mm-hmm.
With the USA experience, it's everybody for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And then when the pressure comes, we want to be black. But no, that's real. But when you deal with the European experience, whether you're from Macedonia, whether you're from Greece, Turkey, they have the same infighting, but that flag keeps them together. And so with us, when the black guy is like, I don't want to be on the street, I don't want to do dirt, and he sees all these black faces at the company, and not one of them can get him in the school, that's a problem. Don't blame non-blacks at that point. Much love, gentlemen. I'll catch you on the next one.
Yeah, man. Thanks. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. I mean, he definitely spoke some knowledge. And mind you, he keeps, don't stop smiling. You know what I mean? He gave a different perspective. And I'm sure he knows this. He's going to watch this later, and he's probably watching this live. He knows that his point of view is not the most common from a black man. I'm sure he knows that. So I'm sure it took a lot for him to actually to come on and even share it, because, essentially this is a permanent and public record. So, this is his life experience. So, but now let's talk about the experience that we know, which is of color. Though, we know it can be quite challenging, and this is why this has been such a common theme of topic to talk about. Either you have a dialogue on it and you work together with other people in your community to make a change, or you sit back and accept what it is. And if you're okay with that, I guess that's fine. You know what I mean? But there's no growth, so you start thinking about, how do you want to leave this world when you leave? Do you want to make it better? I guess that depends on what role you want to be, what role you want to take. So now, given that said, I said a lot, but essentially now I want to, allow you to give your closing thoughts, Tony. I'm glad that you still are upright, and by this time I would think that
I made it.
Yeah, you made it. You broke the record, buddy. The longest cocktails with Chello. So it's official. You and I have the ability to say that. So we definitely give ourselves, I guess, an applause when it comes down to that. You know what I mean? Hopefully, the cops don't come to get us. Oh man, they're coming. They're coming. They're coming for us. But let me give you your closing thoughts. So go ahead, Mr. Tony.
It's just three words. I want to say is educate, act, repeat. Educate, act, repeat. It's the only way we change the narrative. And so with that, thank you for having me on your show. I look forward to more episodes.
Thank you.
And great job.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, this is definitely taking me in a different direction. I welcome all and every kind of dialogue, and we both know this is not something that I've generally have talked about, but it was something that when I had a discussion with my wife, and she really, and many of you guys that know me personally know that, I am married to a black woman from Florida, and, she has strong opinions just like I do as well. And she definitely encouraged the dialogue. So I felt comfortable about that. So when she gave me the blessing, I said, yeah, okay, good. I welcome it. You know what I mean? And the reason why I said it is because I never wanted to come across, mind you, like I said, everyone that looks at me, they know I'm not black. However, I've lived the life of a man of color. So I can identify with the plight of someone of color, obviously, because I am, and of a black man. But at the same time, as I told you in the green room, I've never wanted to be the guy to try to act black. Does that make sense? So I've never been that person. You know what I mean? So that's why I've always skirted the issue or the topic, but I felt good about it. So I'm glad that, people were receptive. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Thank you. All I wish is I could drive to Kansas City to St. Louis. Oh, that is hilarious. Yeah, that's how long it was. Yeah, I'm looking at the time. It's 4 hours and 25 4 seconds. So yeah. So let me do my outro here. And so now what would you, let me ask you this. And is there something that you're working on that you could share with folks now that they should be looking out for if they're connected with you here on LinkedIn? And where else can they connect with you, Tony?
They definitely can connect with me on Facebook at SGI Services. It's here there. And also Agent for Change on Twitter. And the projects that I'm working on right now is Fred Hampton project. Mm-hmm. You'll be able to find that on Facebook under the Blackout Group. And the second project that we're working on is Black 365, where we'll have represented every state begin to initiate letters to senators and superintendents and mayors, where we'll allow them to manage Black history as part of American history in schools. So be on the lookout for that.
Yeah, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. I want to let you know we officially got knocked off of LinkedIn. I just saw something just popped in and said, yeah, you experience the communication to LinkedIn. There was some issues with it, and it said it must be with LinkedIn's end. So when I clicked on that, it took me to the actual video that's on LinkedIn, and it literally knocked us off at 4 minutes and 18 seconds. I mean, 4 hours and 18 seconds. So now we know the limit. The limit on LinkedIn streaming is 4 hours. So we know that we got to cut off before. Hey,
Coach Love, thanks for rocking with us.
Yeah, I know. Ain't that something that she hung out there with us as long as she did? I mean, that speaks volumes, man. But you know, we do our best. So thank you very much, man. I can't thank you enough for your support. And you know, you're a great person, and I can't thank you enough. Really, you're outstanding. And like I've always shared with you, if there's anything I could do to be of service to you, please don't hesitate to let me know.
Absolutely.
Thanks, man. You take care, man.
You as well.
Why are you running away? Thought that you wanted to stay. All the words unspoken said that you loved me today. So how could you leave for LA? Oh, you left me broken. I'm reading all your letters. It doesn't make it better. You're living in my mind for free. I'm drinking all the liquor. I'm picturing you with her. You're nothing but a memory. You're out of reach, left me in the open. Your love for me, deeper than the ocean. So why did you break me